tonight to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Austin.
Chloe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, Austin.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running.
Sorry for what?
But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. And I see a bunch of people in chat today, so good to see all of you. I see Debutante. Thank you so much, Debutante. You always make me laugh. Playboys, good to see you. Sorta Morta, I love that name, Sorta Morta. A lot of people comment on the gum chewing. A lot of people do. You know, and I never noticed it until people were saying it, and then I was like, oh yeah, the gum chewing. Hey Meg, good to see you. Good to see you, good to see you. And we have, wait, what? We have Connie S. Good to see you, Connie S. CC. Sammy, thank you so much for watching Friday's installment or episode live stream. We got Anne. Good to see you, Anne Reynolds, and Baba Rose. It's so nice to see all of you guys, and welcome into everyone coming in. Hey Crochet, nice to see you. So I have a lot of clips for us tonight. So I went over Justin's live. Trigger warning before we start out. It's going to be a lot of I don't even know what the word would be to describe the shit we're going to listen to tonight. And I don't mean that on Justin's part. Justin did a fantastic job. I just mean, you know, just some of like a small piece of, you know, fuckery that's going on. I don't know really how to describe it, but it's a lot to deal with. And then also there was this disgusting post. And yeah, so when I was going over the live, there were some things that kind of came into play that I wasn't expecting. So I want to just kind of preface the episode tonight that there's going to be a lot of strong ignorant content by a bunch of assholes who really don't know what they're talking about. I mean, it's really, that's what it comes down to. And I don't know, Meg fell asleep. um, but it's just, I'm gonna need you guys to make me laugh, so I'm glad Meg's here. She says I fell asleep during the last live at 2 a.m. Okay. But no, believe me, we're gonna get into a lot of kind of muddy subjects tonight. And I just want to also preface it that I never would have dreamed that I would be talking about a child's case and some of these elements that are being blamed on a child. I can't understand it. I understand Sebastian was a 15-year-old kid, so that is a teenager, right? So I'm not discounting that. But I think a lot of it is awful, and once I heard it, I just felt like I needed to address it. Um, Thank you, Playboys. Thank you. Hey, Blessed, good to see you. So, we're going to get into that a little bit later. I did cut up the phone call that Heather Cohen, former PI for Seth Rogers, had. Ooh, okay. Oh, I didn't know about a peaceful protest. Okay, awesome. I'm going to check that message in a bit. Okay, when I show a clip. Thank you. Yeah, so basically we're going to go over that phone call, and I just kind of took out a lot of Justin's commentary just so we can put it in our own. But I'm really grateful for the phone call, and please drop Justin's link in the chat. He does just a really great job, and this phone call is around this time of web sleuths, right? So it happened around web sleuths time. And we're going to kind of review and go back and review that time. And that would have been sometime around April, right? Because that was about the time that they went on their, hey, couponing, good to see you, Super Sleuth. And, oh, you do? Oh my goodness, Debutante, I'll be praying for you and for you it all to go well. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Fall asleep early, get enough sleep, Um, Meg said she cheated on Josh with me last night because she usually falls asleep. Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. He's gonna be mad at me now. He's gonna be like, "What the heck, stealing my viewers." Well, we had a really great conversation last night, Megan, and it was great because it was like Momming It Up came on. We talked about some of the subject matter that we're going to talk about tonight, but I didn't realize how bad it was, and I never saw this post before. And I don't know if you all saw the post on X, because I'm not on X, right? I don't go on there a lot. I probably should post more on there and things like that, for the channel, but I don't. I have an X, and I check it like if somebody sends me a link, that way I could go open it, right? But other than that, I don't post a whole lot on there. But it was absolutely probably one of the most vile things that I've seen or heard. Now, people are circling back to old information, which, I can't be a hypocrite because I've said I think that is a good idea, right? At this juncture, if we don't have anything new, to kind of look back, and see what was going on, with a fresh set of eyes and hindsight view. I think that's important, right? Just for us to look it over. And I thought it would be more productive than, some of the things that were going on. So, but, everything out there can be used for good or bad. So I feel like they're kind of using this for bad intents and purposes, and kind of going over some things that probably shouldn't have been brought up in the first place, but definitely not in the context and the way that it's being portrayed, in my opinion. So we're going to watch these clips, and I have this first one going back. Now there's going to be a little bit of a comparison in here too. And let me know in the comments below if you all remember any interviews that were consistent, because the only two that I can think of that were very consistent in the story wise was the interview with Holly Thompson and the one with Caitlin Miller, where they were only showing their hands, right? I call it the only hands video, where they were only showing their hands. I'll have to grab my notes. Either way, one happened, right after the other. So, they were on Duchess and they were on with Holly Thompson, and then they went on with Caitlin Miller, right, and did only hands. But those were the two that I can remember that were the most similar, where no details were added in, or minimal details were added in, and the stories kind of matched up. But I always thought that the only hands interview was very much like, I mean, I just always thought it was, well, for one, they didn't show their body language or their facial expressions, other than their hands, because of the fact that they said they were too emotional. But neither one of them was emotional during the interview, in my opinion, and it felt very rushed. And so it felt like they were regurgitating that same story that they told Holly Thompson in a faster manner, right, with not as much fluff involved. And that's just my opinion. Hey, Anna Marie, good to see you. And so let's watch this first clip and see what is going on. Yeah, Cece, the interview was cringy with the only hands. Yeah. Well, and they said, because Caitlin Miller posted it too, Cece, said that it was because the Proud Feet had said that they were too emotional at the time to show their faces. And so they were like, okay, no problem, probably, because it's the parents of a missing child, you don't want to, I'm sure at the beginning, I mean, at least for me, until I saw a little bit more that was going on, I was trying to stay neutral and figure things out, So, okay, but let's watch this next one, or this, first one here. And this is a phone call between Heather Cohen, former PI for Seth Rogers, and this was about April, around that time, right?
All right, so I obtained a little over 14-minute call from way back when. I obtained a call. It's about 14 minutes. This call took place around the time Edgar went up there and started screaming with Seth while the PIs were up there. Web sleuths. Around that time, this took place. I think it was, give or take, around that time. All right.
Right.
I'm not asking you to tell me what's right. I'm asking you to tell me what you actually know.
About the situation.
Should have set you down and should have told you from start to finish where he's at and what he knows, right?
Where he's at and what he knows?
No. He should have set you down and told you every single thing from day one to where we are at now.
Well, I mean, I've gotten most of my information from, I know that, I know about y'all going to BJ's. I know about y'all going to Strike and Spare, and I know y'all picked up Melissa's daughter.
And say, well, hold on. See, this is where your information is wrong.
Okay.
I did not pick up Melissa's daughter.
First, let me correct you.
I thought that was on an interview. Didn't y'all say?
No, hold on. Let's change. I need you to change your words.
Well, I mean, that's why we're talking, so we can clear things, figure things out.
Once again, y'all didn't do shit.
Chris was in Memphis.
Oh, Chris was in Memphis, right? Okay, so sorry.
Don't say y'all. Thank you.
Okay, my bad.
So Katie and Sebastian went to BJ's.
Right.
Prior to going to BJ's.
Listen.
After picking up our niece.
I said prior to going to BJ's.
Which was not Melissa's.
They went and picked up a niece That name is not going to be disclosed because it has no
Has been through.
business.
Was not Melissa's daughter that I picked up.
Okay.
What you do need to know is,
BJ's.
all you need to know is that two sisters, Katie, Sebastian, and children went to BJ's. That is on a video footage.
Yeah.
I have seen that. Law enforcement can confirm that.
Right.
She needs to be picked up.
Names don't need to be extracted, don't need to be out.
Yeah, I mean, minors' names don't need to be thrown out anyway.
Exactly.
No,
My sister doesn't need any more harassment either.
I'm not asking you to tell me what's right. I'm asking you to tell me what you actually know.
about the situation.
Set you down.
Okay, my bad.
We were at 2 minutes.
No,
My sister doesn't need any more harassment either.
yeah, I haven't said anything about Melissa at all. I haven't even mentioned it.
Well, Melissa, once again, my two sisters on video footage.
Yeah.
That has all been vetted, that has been proven, proof of life, all that bullshit. Everything.
Right. Yeah.
From work, you know,
Yeah.
At all.
now, on video footage.
Yeah.
That has all been vetted, that has been proven, proof of life, all that bullshit. Everything.
Right. Yeah.
From work, you know,
Yeah.
At all.
now, they go to BJ's. They leave BJ's.
Sebastian and I leave BJ's. Your sisters went their own way. I don't know
I
what
know.
they did to them.
They left BJ's.
It was just me and Mom that left together.
So you and Sebastian leave BJ's.
Okay, so can because I don't have actual times.
Listen.
Can I get a timeline on that?
I don't remember the exact.
I'll give you an on or about time. I can't give you an exact time.
So
I used your Live 360 to give exact timestamps to the law
It
enforcement.
was before noon.
gotcha. Okay.
Yes.
Noon at BJ's.
Yes.
Okay.
Law enforcement has the literal, like, to the second.
We have been told we are not to give out exact times. Directly from law enforcement, we're not breaking that.
But, like I said, they literally used my 360 and, like,
They got their timestamps.
That route I took,
Yes.
they knew how fast I went. They knew if I did any stops, which I did. They know, like, they literally know every detail because we have upgraded 360. So they literally, and I have a thing in my car with a camera.
Yeah, the dash cam.
It's not a dash cam.
Oh,
That's
okay.
everybody. But all they need to know is in this vehicle, there was something that recorded a video and audio.
But law enforcement has multiple sources to confirm everything that they do, including voice and video. We went home for a little while.
I have been told that allegedly they bought at BJ's some socks and a few food items. Nothing really major.
Okay, guys, so they bought, socks and snacks while they were at BJ's that day. And I never heard about them buying socks, so I must have missed that. Hey, Lori, good to see you. So I don't know. I guess I missed that part, but I was a little bit taken back by the socks thing because I was always wondering if Sebastian had left the house while them saying that, if he had socks on at the very least, since he didn't like to be without shoes. And then knowing they bought a new pack of socks or package of socks. But either way, right off the bat, and I don't know how many phone conversations there were prior to or, even subsequently after this, right? Conversation, but because we don't really get an accurate date, like whether it was before Web Sleuths or if it was after, and then also because the phone call where the phone call where Chris was yelling at Heather PI about Chloe PI, right? That one happened after Web Sleuths. I know that for sure. Now, I don't know if this one happened before that or after that. I would imagine it was before, just if I could take a wild guess. Just kind of where it fits into the timeline best on a guess, right? But right off the bat, Chris wants to know, start to finish, what Seth knows or what he told Heather, right? Which I find that to be really, really odd, because why would he want to know what Seth knows, right? Or what Seth has said? What would be the point of him knowing that, other than to kind of fish for some information or try and figure out what Heather knows or believes so he can kind of craft the story. It was very kind of in Chris fashion, where he doesn't ask nicely, first of all. He's not like, so, are you up to speed on everything that Seth has told you? Do you know everything that's happened, prior to our conversation now, right? But he doesn't say it like that. He just kind of goes off and he starts yelling at Heather. What do you know? Your client should have told you, and he should have already told you about, what's going on from day one to now. And, it's very pointed. And for a lot of people, they may be taken back by that. Heather kind of seems to go with the flow, in my opinion. She kind of, seems to take it for the most part. The rude vibe that Chris is putting out to her right off the bat. And again, I don't know where this conversation started, when it was started, being recorded. If this was the very beginning of it, it could have been, anytime. But either way, the first thing he wants to know, first thing we're hearing right now, is what Seth knows. And then he gets mad about Melissa and her daughter. So Heather has the wrong information, and he also gets upset about her saying y'all went here, y'all went there, because Chris was in Memphis, right? So that was kind of weird. Again, I don't understand why they were so kind of hostile toward Heather. Again, I wasn't involved. I don't know, but I did sense a high level of hostility. Even with Katie, that was kind of, off-putting, or something that we don't typically hear. We've heard that she does have kind of a fiery side to her, right? But based on what the teachers had said to Justin, but we're hearing it now. So also, Katie says that, she did pick up a niece, right? Which I'm imagining it's Cassie's daughter. And then they met Melissa at BJ's. Now, Chris's two sisters are, Melissa and Cassie, and they meet up at BJ's with Katie and Sebastian and the kids, right? So Chris goes into a statement that's really, kind of terrifying if we think about where we're at in this case. But he says the proof of life bullshit, which I don't think it's bullshit. I didn't think it was bullshit when Seth was asking for it. I remember when he was asking for that, and it was more or less because he was desperate to find out what had happened to his son, and he wanted to know what happened. And that's any parent. I would be demanding to know that information. I'd be busting down the doors to get the information, right? But there's only so much you can do. We all say that, but if you're going to be a reasonable, rational person, you have to control your emotions, which sucks. So after BJ's, the sisters went their own way, right, with their kids, and it was just KK and Sebastian, right, or Bubba, she says, and they went back to the house, right? They went back to the house to put up the snacks and to sit for a while, she said. She said they went home for a little while. Now we're going to find out later that there's another, well, I'll just pop it up because I have it from last night. We talked about this last night. My bad. There we go. This from Dara, right? Yep, he was at my house for a few minutes on Sunday afternoon with his mom and his cousin. But of course, you know, if the cousins went their separate ways with their moms, right, respectively, then how would they be going that afternoon and having still a cousin with them? So who was with them? Was it a cousin? Was this lady, you know, off her rocker? What's up with that, you know, because it doesn't make sense. And we're going to go a little bit more into it too, because Justin does bring it up, you know, in the conversation. So yeah, Baba Rose, I think so. Lori says, Lori, their day is coming. I think so. Now we find out in this call that Katie not only has the Life 360, but she has the upgraded Life 360, right? So also, she says that LE also has it, right? They have all of that information. So I'm thinking there may have been, and this is, you know, one of a theory that I had before, or maybe just probably more of a speculation, right? You know, in the grand scheme of the case, but I think that this maybe shows us that she could have had a burner phone, right, of some sort that she was using, and we've talked about that here before. But that's kind of where I see that coming into play. So that way, everything that's on her phone is, you know, cleared for LE, right? Here's the upgraded Life 360 that covers that base. You know, there you go. She also mentions that she has a device. They don't say which device because they do that all the time, right? To confuse and distract. That does capture audio and video in her vehicle, right? So in Katie's vehicle, there is a device that captures video, audio, but it's not a dash cam. Oh, hell no. And if you call it a dash cam, oh, you best watch out, you know. Either way, Katie says that they went home for a little while. Doesn't specify a time. And then I got a message too that said that there is going to be a peaceful protest, and I will put the peaceful protest up on my community wall in information, right, for it. So thank you so much. But you know, it's crazy that we see this kind of like behavior as again, as I said, very hostile, very kind of pointed. Give me all the information, you know, so I can make up my own information or what have you, right? So yeah, debutante, she did. Katie said that she bought him a colossal popcorn. Yeah, and we're going to hear that clip a little bit later on too. The colossal popcorn. Hey Meow, good to see you. And oh, thank you, Playboys. Baba Rose says Seth is fed up with the both of them. Oh, and I'm fed up with a lot of people. I'm telling you, Baba Rose, my shit list is growing every day. You know, it's like I keep a prayer list and a shit list. No, I'm just kidding. I don't do that. But you know, I may consider it because it's just like left and right. We're seeing all of this nonsense, and we're going to get into a lot of it tonight. It's just it's out of control, really. It's like beyond the scope of reason or anything that you would ever think. Again, anything I would ever think I have to talk about in a missing child's case, about a missing child, about the father of a missing child, just any of it, or even the behavior of the stepfoot and mother of the missing child. And DJ says, that drives me crazy. How would Seth know anything? He was at work. Yeah, Katie was there with Sebastian. Exactly, DJ. 100%. You know, it drives me crazy too, because it's like they're expecting us to believe all this bullshit and lies. And then also, we're all stupid because they know exactly what happened to Sebastian, in my opinion. So, yeah, we're all stupid because you guys know exactly what happened, and everything that we say is stupid. We don't know our ass from a hole in the ground because you know where your stepson is, where your son is, in my opinion. And that's why, you know, you can just play that little game with us and pretend like, you know everything and we're all stupid. and that's my opinion, you know. There's a lot of people that are probably not going to like what I have to say tonight, but I feel like I need to say it, you know, because it's my opinion, and I think that maybe somebody might think twice about what the hell they're doing. I mean, hopefully a lot of people will. I don't know. I'm not perfect. I know that's right, but I don't think that that this is proper at all, or anything that Sebastian deserves. It's really sick. It's to the point of being like so gross that I feel like I need to start handing out barf bags for every show. You know, maybe I'll just send them to you guys, cuz I mean, seriously, it's unbelievable. And just the horrible attitude, and you know, we're being bashed. Well, you're being bashed because of the horrible behavior. You know, you can't sit there and cry when you start the drama yourself. You can't just sit there and be like, I don't know why this is happening to me. You know exactly why it's happening to you. And if you don't, you need to think about it, you know? Um, hey, C Star. I sure hope so, Meg. That would be so cool. I'm going to look into it. Kelly says, left my DNA number 40. Thank you. Thank you so much, Kelly. Good to see you. Allegedly tomorrow there's going to be a peaceful protest against police corruption in front of Sumner County Courthouse in Gallatin. Yeah, and I will pray for peace and for pressure, you know, just a little bit of public pressure, because that's what protesting does. It doesn't hurt as long as you do it in a peaceful way, and you do it and stay on the side of like right, you know, just speaking your mind, putting a sign up, holding it out, you know. Meg says, this is what I heard, so I cannot confirm or deny, but I sure hope that is the case and many, many show up. Yeah, I will definitely spread the word. I'll go look on Facebook too after, because I think a lot of stuff is on Facebook, which I do more on Facebook than I do anywhere. Hey, Gigi, good to see you. I think my Instagram is linked to it. Hey, NHGG, good to see you too. Welcome in, everyone. Sorry, I get behind on the chat when I'm watching these clips with you. Gigi says, mine too, Lady Freedom. Yeah, that would be a good place too, Cece, outside of the governor's office. Yeah, the little guy, that little governor they got. I don't even know his name. Aw, thank you, NHGG. Sending you hugs too. Sorry, guys, I don't know why that link. Hey, Crochet, good to see you. And she says he speaks like a true narcissist. He does. He does. It's amazing. It's like so in your face, right? Even when I think like, okay, maybe he's not, you know, maybe he's just frustrated. Oh yeah, it just kind of seeps out, right? The mask falls. And we see this narcissist who, like I said, you know, I think that's why they're treating everybody, even Heather Cohen, you know. I mean, these are people that I doubt these are people that it's their first case that they've worked on, or things like that. You know, they worked really hard to get where they're at, to be treated like crap by the parents, you know. And then we wonder why the Uvalde Foundation pulled out. Why did the Cajun Navy pull out? You know, because they probably didn't want to be abused. If we're being honest, if we're thinking back and saying, yeah, you know, it's awful. And we're going to get into that a little bit more later on. Thank you, Lori. She says, you go, Lady Freedom. Oh gosh, Baba Rose, I'm telling you, I just couldn't believe this live. I watched some of it, right? And I was just kind of going over it, and I was like, oh, this will be a good live to review because of the phone call, right? But then I get into, you know, the meat and potatoes of the interview, and, you know, buckle up, guys, because this is not, you know, this is not over. This is just the beginning. And I mean, good Lord, we only got into one clip. It's terrible. Thank you, Blessed. C-Star says they never talk about her being the only one home with him. Well, and that's very odd too, C-Star. We don't hear that very often, right? It's like, you know, I would make it a point to talk about that a lot, you know, and I know a lot of other creators do too. You know, Sebastian went missing from his home. He didn't just vanish, right? He didn't poof disappear. But then also, the last person he was with was Katie, and it's important to remember those two details because that's something that they never wanted us to bring up. Starting out with the PSA, Meg. I know. I'll tell you what, I put a lot of thought tonight just into, especially once I realized what we were gonna discuss. I put a lot of thought into it, and um, I hope I can get you guys thinking too, even though I know you guys are always thinking, and I know that you know exactly what I mean. It's just really for the people that maybe are listening and they don't know about the case, or maybe we can change a few viewpoints. I don't know. Cece says should be a Democratic protest, not the guys in blue under him and probably care. Yeah, that is true, Cece. That is true. Because there are a lot that care. But at what point does Craddock allow this to go on in his town as the sheriff is what I'm wondering. And I'm talking about all of this stuff. I mean, even just down to the bullying and different things that are happening, right? It's like nothing is done, right? So it makes us feel defeated in a way. It does me anyway. It's like I wish they could do something more, and I don't want to always, blame them. Bless, that's so cute. Bless says I'm your Huckleberry. Aw, Bless. Thank you. How sweet of you. Aw. Baba Rose says America's Most Wanted knows liars, I'm sure. I know. And that's the thing too, Baba Rose. We have that right upon us, right? Because it's the 28th. I wrote it down yesterday. I believe it's the 28th. And let's see. I turn into a doodler when I'm here. Let's see. Yeah, America's Most Wanted 28th will be airing, right? Because this last one was about a North Carolina case. PSA, buckle up. Exactly, C-Star. It's just a lot of information, and I really want to know what you guys think of it too. Governor Bill Lee, Show Poodle says, "Hey, Show Poodles, good to see you." Make it make sense, Lori. I mean, goodness sakes, make it make sense. It doesn't. It's like, and the stories are not lining up at all. I mean, obviously we have a lot of differences right off the bat. Unexplainable stops that don't make sense in the time frame or the timeline. Why that person would say they stopped by in the afternoon with a cousin. I mean, those are two things that don't add up with the story because, spaghetti pancakes happened first. They had a phone call with family. They were asked to pick up the niece, right? And we're going to find out a little bit more about that. So it's just, there's just so many inconsistencies, that are just, and someone said it, and we'll hear it in a little bit here, but it's either one story or the other. It can't be both, right? If it's the truth, it's the truth. You either went there, well, let me put it this way. You go in a sequence of events, right? So, I mean, you're going to go here, 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 here. And if we're to believe that everybody went their separate ways after BJ's, mainly who we care about, right, is Katie and Sebastian, then they went home from BJ's by themselves. That means that Katie is alleging that they didn't stop anywhere or go to that person's house, right? But this person saying that they did, and we also know that there was an interaction where she stopped over, right? So we'll get more into it. But it's just crazy that it just doesn't add up, and it's frustrating. Okay, so here we go. Here's this next clip.
And unloaded the groceries.
And after they were at the house,
And unloaded the groceries.
Right here.
and after they were at the house, they wound up eventually leaving there, and they go to strike and spare.
We're gonna go
Because the plan was to go bowling, but because there was a bowling tournament going on,
Yeah.
they didn't get to bowl. They had to play video games.
There was too long of a wait list, and it was a school night, so I promised to take him bowling another day, and instead we played video
But the school night was Sunday night, weekend night going into school. Sunday don't. No, it is not. It's considered a weekend. Don't have. Don't have work.
school the next day.
Okay, that's still not the school night. Semantics is a large place. And understand something, you can say that if you put some shit out there like that, everybody's gonna think, oh, well, it's school night. So what's Sunday? But I'm telling you that you don't have to say. All fucking day.
All right. So after BJ's, went home to unload groceries, then went to Strike and Spare, played in the arcade for a while
All that's
because,
been vetted by video.
yeah.
Nobody spoke to Sebastian as far as the result. They can't see anywhere in the videos that they were following.
There, played in the arcade.
1 second.
Nobody spoke to Sebastian as far as the result. They can't see anywhere in the videos that they were following. So if that is something that you're going to speculate on, that has been eliminated.
Yeah, I did talk to them about that, and they said that the cameras were shit. That they weren't really able to see a whole lot of anything at the Strike.
Now, I've not seen video of Sebastian and KK at the Strike and Spare. However, I have seen photos, I guess, from the video at Strike and Spare. And the photo that I saw wasn't really that bad. But we'll see. Let me see if I can boost the volume. I'll try. It might work, it might not. It kind of goes in and out.
But they went all the way back to BJ, all at Fun Chats.
But we went straight from Strike and Spare to
Just Roadhouse.
and they confirmed again the video there. They even showed Seth a clip of it after his little "I haven't seen proof of white" comment, even though he had.
Yeah.
What did he tell you about that?
About what?
That his little comment, he had seen proof of white since Friday or Thursday or Friday when I last saw or heard from my son.
Yeah, I heard about that comment. I mean, he hasn't said it to me, but I had heard about the comment.
But see, this is where, like, truth is where everything needs to come out.
Excuse me.
He knew there was proof of life prior to that. He started some shit. It caused a fucking stir. It caused a meeting. They showed him a video, Texas Roadhouse. They showed when they walked out of Texas Roadhouse.
Yeah.
He had seen a video of Sebastian at the fucking house Sunday night, taking the fucking trash out.
Right.
From inside Michael.
Yeah. So, okay, so you guys
see,
got...
do you see the frustration where we have with the client?
Yeah. I do.
I don't.
But it's nice to have like a conversation with you instead of having to get everything, everywhere else. Definitely.
And we went home straight from Texas Roadhouse. And we were home for approximately 15 minutes before he took the trash out. And he is on video, and the FBI was able to clear it up and confirm that it's him.
Okay, guys, so we know that the Texas Roadhouse was about 15 minutes, any way you kind of drive it, right, from the Proudfoot residence. So Katie goes on to say that they unloaded the groceries, right? They go bowling at Strike and Spare, but there's league night, and so there was a long waiting list. They decided, since it was a school night, they would play arcade games instead. But then Chris goes on this back and forth with Katie about how Sunday isn't a school night, it's a weekend night, and how he knows how all these, idiots, all of us out there, I think he was talking about us, we're going to misconstrue it because, yes, Sunday is a weekend, Chris, right? That's a weekend day, but it's also a school night. It's also a work night. And so when you have kids and they need to get up in the morning, then it's an earlier night than, say, a Friday or a Saturday night, which would be weekend nights. So Katie was right and you were wrong. And I know that's just going to kill you. So no one spoke to Sebastian, right, at the strike and spare, according to the surveillance footage that they looked at, right? So as far as any adults, Chris said no one was following Sebastian or talked to him. No one was following them at all, really. And then let's see here. Heather says that when she spoke to LE that the cameras were shit. And then Justin said that he actually saw a photo from inside Strike and Spare and that it wasn't that bad. So, it just begs the question, why aren't we, posting photos of Sebastian in, while he's in Strike and Spare? It is kind of odd that we haven't seen any of those photos released. Although, it's really up to law enforcement at that time, I think, because even they go on to talk about how they showed Seth the Texas Roadhouse footage, right, and gave him a clip of the footage to watch. And I remember when they did that, and because Seth wanted proof of life, right? He said that he hadn't really talked to Sebastian since that Thursday, and that he wanted to see the video. And I'll tell you, a lot of people in the chats and stuff were asking about it and saying, hey, Seth, were you able to see, any video from the Roadhouse? And of course, for a while there, he wasn't able to see it. So, hey, Trishy, good to see you. So good to see you. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. Who did I see? Okay, I thought I saw another new person. Canadian True Crime. Good to see you, Canadian True Crime. So, Chris says that it was Seth's little comment, that spurred a meeting between the law enforcement and the parents, right? And so what? Big deal. Why would you be upset about that? It's kind of like the billboards. Like, why would you be upset about Seth wanting to see the last video of Sebastian? I mean, if we think about it, any of us parents out there whose child went missing, right? You'd want to see that video. I'd want to watch it every day. Are you kidding me? Come on. And then he gets upset with him about it. It's like so uncalled for. Like, what is this misguided anger and hatred? But so either way, they say that after they played in the arcade, they went home, right? And it's about 15-minute drive away from home. And about 15 minutes after they arrived at home, Sebastian took the trash out, and that the FBI confirmed it was Sebastian. Now, one little thing I wanted to say too before we watch the next video. Thank you, Meg. Thank you so much, Holly. Hey, Holly S. Good to see you. One thing I just kind of wanted to preface before we go on with this too is that it was said that, I'm trying to think of which one it was said. Gosh darn, I just lost my train of thought there. It was, I believe, I'm trying to think of which one it is, and I want to make sure I get it right. Playboys asks, what was footage taken from the Yogi Bear RV park Sunday to show CP or not show CP or truck there? I've always wondered about that too. And I know Silver's on the scene. has done a little bit of digging and research into, what Chris's alibi was or where he was. But I haven't seen or heard of any actual footage, Playboys, which, is unfortunate because I think it would help in the timeline, and it's just too bad that we don't have that. It's really too bad. Um, Meg says, Playboys, we can't question CP about anything where he gets angry like his truck. Yeah, exactly. He turns into the Hulk, Playboy says Katie never said what they had at lunch. Playboys, that's a really great point as well. I had brought that up too. Gosh, it was a while ago, but I think that's so funny because we do learn in the Chronicles of Olivia interview that, Sebastian ate a colossal popcorn, but that's not lunch, that's kind of more of like a snack, right? And she doesn't mention that they, when they were at home, that they had like a sandwich or something like that. I'm assuming they ate something for lunch. But yeah, that is such a great point. She never mentions that. Hey, Fed Up Buttercup. DJ says, I don't believe that from Katie. Seth said he couldn't tell who brought the trash out. Yeah, he said it was too dark and grainy, DJ. Yeah. And I mean, just because the FBI says something doesn't mean it's 100%, right? Because again, they don't know Sebastian like his dad does. We'll just put it that way. And Fed Up Buttercup says, anything happened to a child of mine, sedate me and put me in a padded room. I know. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I don't understand how Chris could even be upset, you know what I mean, for him wanting to see that or have it, like I'd be like, can I have a clip of at least of the last time my child was seen? I mean, because there's, again, we talked a little bit about it from the last clip. There is audio and video in Katie's vehicle, right? But she doesn't specify if Sebastian's on there, and she doesn't, say much about it at all besides that it exists, right? And it's, kind of protected, um, don't talk about my truck. Don't you talk about my truck. Be Incredible Hulk in it. Yeah, exactly. Tammy Carr says Baba Rose 100% we're like mama bears protecting our cubs. And it's terrible because thank you, Lori, for the green hearts. It's terrible because something tells me that Katie wasn't doing that at a certain point. Maybe she did for a while. It seemed like there was a lot of good times that they had as kind of a cohesive family unit. A lot of it seemed to happen in the beginning of the relationship, which again brings me to like love bombing, right? Everything's wonderful, showering with gifts, trips, fun nights out to eat, and then all of a sudden that stuff just stops. And it seemed like it really stopped when they moved to Tennessee, because Katie had made a comment before about how they used to go hiking in California and there was a lot of outdoor activities that they would participate in as a family, but she doesn't mention any in the present time, right? So it just leads me to believe that there was a lot of kind of whining and dining in the beginning, and even maybe in the beginning of the marriage, but then the mask always falls off the narcissist and they start showing their true colors. The coercive control, is one of the biggest ones that we see with Chris Proudfoot. And so, with that being said, it's, it kind of is what it is. Hey, all I need is Jesus, Coffee and True Crime says, my truck is and its location on any date is covered by HIPAA. Oh gosh. And do you guys remember that with the HIPAA nonsense? I can't tell you that because it's HIPAA. I'm surprised he wasn't still doing HIPAA back then. Actually, that's funny. All I need is Jesus, Coffee and True Crime. That's too funny. Yeah, because he was totally doing that. back in this time period, right, in the case. So that's too funny. Oh my goodness. And DJ says it doesn't sound like any of the wives enjoy life with Chris when he moves them to Tennessee. That's a great point. They don't. They don't enjoy it, right? Because it's like that was his ultimate goal, is to like bring whoever his wife is, right? Like total caveman mentality, knock the poor girl out over the head, drag her by the hair, bring her to mama. It's like, what the hell is going on? But that's what it seems like his MO is, right? Is to bring his wives to where his family is, and then they're alone, they're isolated, their family's in another state, much like Nina. Yeah, total. That's such a great point, DJ. You aren't privy to my truck or the price of eggs in China. Meg, oh my goodness. We're not pervy. Not pervy. Fed Up Buttercup says, all I need is Jesus laughing my butt off. So mama can keep an eye on her. Yeah, and that is so scary. I like the scary face emoji. Because, yeah, that it is. It's totally, like, beyond freaky, right? So mama can have control too, right? So he can have his flying monkeys. If something doesn't go his way or someone steps out of line, we all kind of know what's alleged to have happened. So it's really something. It's creepy as heck. But let's go ahead and watch this next clip and see what we got here.
KK says about 15 minutes after they arrive home, that is when Sebastian is seen taking out the trash on camera over from the neighbor's house. That's very big information, if that is indeed the truth. She also says that FBI was able to clear the video up to see that was Sebastian. Now, you can believe it or not. It's up to you, whatever your opinion is on this. But Seth said he couldn't make out that it was his son exactly.
Even though you can tell it's him from a mile away because of how he runs, it's just, you can tell from his mannerisms. The second you look at it, it's him running, but still.
Now, personally, my opinion has always been, I believe that Sebastian took out the trash. I know some of you don't believe that, but I do believe her when she says that Sebastian took out the trash. And I do believe that is him taking out the trash. But another thing I find interesting is, again, this camera from across the street, you can see an individual taking out the trash. If you could see an individual taking out the trash, you would be able to see an individual coming out of the door or going up to the door as well. I can tell you that across the street, even when Sebastian and Kay and Edgar live, when the lights kick on or off, it also triggers the door or the Ring door camera from across the street. It's sensitive. So anytime someone is out in that yard, anytime someone comes out of that door, anytime they take out the trash, you can see. I've also been told that allegedly, and Edgar says that they weren't able to see, the cameras weren't able to see in the dark, a lot of them, when they reenacted the to see if Sebastian could have went out. One of the sources tell me that they did indeed go to the house and to check to see if like someone went up to the door, walked out the door, if it would trigger it. And this source told me that it does trigger it, and that's when they told me that whenever the lights even kick on or off in the house, it triggers it. And this source told me, she said, even the lights when they kick on and off triggers our camera. So of course, someone walking up or out of the door triggers it as well. What was that? Trash was heavier. Trash was not actually heavier. I did a live on the trash, actually. If you, I've got the messages from the trash guy who is in that area. It was always thought in the beginning that the trash truck individuals reached out to law enforcement, but it was not like that. Law enforcement actually reached out to the trash company to see if they had noticed anything off, around Sebastian's house or anything related to the trash. And they said no, they hadn't noticed anything.
Okay. So he took the trash about 15 minutes. And that was about what time was that?
I don't know exactly off the top of our head.
Listen to this.
Well, I know.
Let me rewind that just a little bit.
Well, I know.
Hold on.
He took the trash about 15 minutes. And that
Listen.
was about what time was that?
I don't know exactly off the top of our head.
Well, I know you told him to go to bed at about 9, right? How much time was between the trash and going to bed?
A couple hours.
Okay. And then
Okay, so again, Chris likes to give those vague answers and kind of play games, in my opinion. It kind of gets so old after a while. Pale Rider says he couldn't say off of our head he wasn't there. Well, exactly, Pale Rider. That's a good point. Yeah, he wasn't there. So how can he be answering and interrupting Katie? He should really just be letting her talk, right? And then if she needed, moral support. Hey, Sasha, good to see you. Thank you, Trishy, for dropping Justin's link. I think she took the trash out with her hooded sweatshirt on that she was wearing at the Texas Roadhouse, and her and Sebastian had pretty much the same shoes on that night. They sure did, Meg. They absolutely did. And, another thing, what I was thinking about earlier, I wanted to tell you guys to keep in mind is that Katie did that Reels interview by herself. And she mentioned for the first time that Sebastian runs like Naruto, right? So he runs with his arms kind of back behind him a little bit, going forward, right? That's what she said. And I found it very odd that all of a sudden we're being told that Sebastian was running like Naruto back from taking the trash out. It's like a very odd detail, right? Like it's just something that she kind of peppered into another interview, and then we're supposed to believe it right away. Thank you, Couponing, for the green hearts. Thank you so much. Oh, okay. Playboy says, I was listening today. That person was wearing blue jeans and black hoodie taking the trash out on BHB. Oh, wow. I didn't hear BHB today. Thanks, Playboys, for letting us know. Yeah, that's interesting. Meg says, you could tell you. She said you could tell it's him from a mile away, right? But you don't know how he left the dang house, KP. Right, right. Well, and that's another thing. That's another thing, right? Because Sebastian is said that, to have taken the trash out about 15 minutes after they got home, right? Doesn't have a specific time, but they got home around 7, right? 7:15, he takes the trash out. And the neighbor's camera picks it up, and it's the Ring camera from across the street that picks it up. The FBI cleared the video and said it is Sebastian taking out the trash, although again, Seth could not confirm this, that it was Sebastian, right? But again, Katie says that you could tell, like Meg says, from a mile away that it was him. But, in all honesty, Katie says that she doesn't know that he left the house, right? He says this in Reels. She says this, Katie does, in Reels, right? That Sebastian runs like Naruto, and she's claiming that that's what he was doing in the video that they caught from the Ring camera with the trash, right? Also, Justin explains the lights to us and how they kind of affect the video and things like that, right? Which video is being taken. He says that it's the door, right, from across the street. And if it can pick up Sebastian taking the trash out, then of course it would be able to pick up, Sebastian coming out the door or someone going up to the door. I'm going to argue, not knowing the camera angle, it might even be able to pick up the window, right? Sebastian's window, in case he went out that window. But I'm not sure about the, camera angle, field of view, or whatever. But it very well may have been able to pick up the window as well, right? And so there's the Ring camera across the street. When the lights go on, it triggers the doorbell camera to activate, right? So when they did the reenactment, that's how they kind of figured that out as well, or confirmed that the lights do trigger the door cam. And when the lights kick on and off in the house, it also triggers the door cam. So if someone was walking up, and they're said to be pretty sensitive, right? So somebody's walking up with the door cam, somebody's walking up to the door, the camera will activate. Same thing if somebody was walking out the door, didn't come back but walked out the door, it would have picked it up. Justin also confirms this as well. The trash was not heavier. He said that the trash man told him that law enforcement reached out to the trash company to see if they had noticed anything off around Sebastian's home, or, the condition of the trash that day. And again, Chris says that they don't know how much time went by in between Sebastian taking out the trash and his bedtime, but it was a couple of hours, right? So because we do know that Sebastian was said to have gone to bed at 9, that stayed pretty consistent throughout. Yeah, he'll put on a show, in my opinion, C-Star says. And all I need is Jesus Coffee and True Crime says, C-Star, if KK talks too much, expect slip-ups, timeline change, more fun facts, in my opinion. Oh, absolutely. That's a great point. All I need is Jesus. That's so true. Kelly says, I thought they said the trash was heavier than usual. Yeah, so that was definitely something that was said in the beginning, right? That's kind of what may have triggered the warrant or the search of the landfill. But Justin said that, he was told that wasn't the case. And, I would think that law enforcement would reach out, right? And because it was trash day, obviously. So that's just one thing that they could kind of check out, right? Kind of True Crime 101, right? Because honestly, that would be a time to get rid of items if they were going to. And Sasha says, didn't KP tell law enforcement Sebastian was calling himself garbage? Someone said that early on. Oh, I don't remember that, Sasha. That's terrible. Oh, that is terrible. I hate to hear that. Pale Rider said he couldn't stay off of, he couldn't stay off of our head. He wasn't there. Thank you, Pale Rider. I think I read that at first. Lady, did you like the email I sent of the dolls? Oh, you know what? I didn't get it. I'm so sorry, Playboys. I have to check my emails. I've been so bad today trying to get this edited. It took quite a while just to kind of edit out a lot of the commentary and things like that. And then to just kind of calm me down to get up here and talk about it, because it's a doozy. But I will definitely check my email. I need to make sure. I've been so bad with that. And Kelly says, yes, Sasha, it was said he was saying that at school. Okay, so people were saying that Sebastian was calling himself garbage. Like oh my God. Ugh. That's absolutely sickening. Yeah, I mean, I did hear that, but according to Justin, he verified with the trash man that the trash wasn't heavier that day. So that's a good thing, you know. Hey, Napanoch Father, good to see you. Napanoch Father says, hello, everyone. At this point, I don't know what to think anymore. Like, did they check under his bed? That's where I'm at. Yeah, I know. I know, Napanoch Father, and it's horrible. I mean, it's just kind of like all of these things that are coming out lately too. There's just so many things to like even catch, you know, just new information, but it's all kind of leading us really nowhere. And it's so frustrating, you know. Junie says, I mean, he just knows all the details of that night. Was there a spinning a narrative of false information? Yeah, Junie, it seems like they are just spinning a false narrative from the very beginning, right? Because I mean, you know, none of their stories have matched up. They keep adding details. They keep kind of putting in little nuggets, like in my opinion, the running like Naruto, because you know they're claiming that Sebastian ran back from the trash running like Naruto. Maybe he was. I mean, you know, who am I to say he wasn't? I haven't even seen the video. Excuse me, but you know. Hey, CB Canada, good to see you. Why are we all just hearing about this call now? Who released it and why hold on to it? You know, that's a good question, CB Canada. I believe it was another creator that had given it to Justin and they received it from Heather Cohen. Heather Cohen was, to my knowledge, using a lot of the recorded calls as content, or she was saving them up to use them as content. So it is very interesting and kind of weird. Hey, Mountain Mama, I've thought so much about searching the landfill. I wish they had spent more time there. And I don't know, but I just feel something was missed there. Yeah, I mean, I wish they would have spent more time there as well, right? Because we saw how long they spent in Quentin Simon's case. And they really kind of went through everything and made sure. So it's just too bad. Baba Rose says, oh, he was there. Silvers found out he was off Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And Nick showed footage of his truck at his mommy's that weekend. Y'all remember? Oh, that is right, Baba Rose. That is such a great point. Yeah, okay, so that's right. Silvers did confirm Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday that you know, Chris had taken off, right? So he frequently would take off, you know, early Thursdays and, you know, or take Thursday, take off Thursday and then Friday he wouldn't go to work, Saturday, Sunday. And, you know, it's weird that he wouldn't go home if he was taking that long of a weekend. But, you know, I mean, you know, maybe he just didn't want to be there or he couldn't be there. But yes, thank you so much, Baba Rose. That's true. And then his truck was shown at his mom's. We did see that. We did. Yeah. So again, the story's not matching up. And that's another reason I think he was being so rude, because Heather was saying, y'all were going here, y'all went here. And he's like, whoa, 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 not y'all, don't say that. You need to change your, the way you're saying it or whatever. So just unbelievable, unbelievable. And Couponing says Playboys, they went to Yogi Bear after they left the house together. Easy Days is where he was. Yeah, Easy Days. I do remember that him staying there as well. But you know what? I thought Silvers actually said he wasn't there though. I'm trying to think. That they didn't have a record on file for him. I thought I saw like a thumbnail that said that. Why are they so angry about the public wanting to know basic details? It's like the feed are saying, this is our story, believe it. Right, exactly. And they're calling us dumb, It's like, oh, well, you guys don't even know what happened. It's like, well, of course we don't. That's why we're asking, but you're so right, CB Canada. They get so angry when we want to know just the smallest details or just kind of a timeline, to put things in order. Because it's just so crazy, It's just so crazy. Thank you, Meg. Thank you. Oh, Debutante says, Sebastian, I hope you know you are the furthest thing from garbage. Look at all the people from all over the world coming together to help try to find you. You are loved. Thank you, Debutante. And that's exactly right. And that's something that, I mean, there isn't a person on the planet, I don't think, that needs to feel that way, but the least of all Sebastian, the least of all a kid. And, I think we have a pretty good idea of who was telling him negative comments about himself to make him speak negatively, to have that negative self-talk. Thank you, Debutante. You're so right. Furthest thing. And the real garbage is the person that lied to him and told him that that's, who he is. Thank you, Blessed. Thanks, Meg. Yeah. I mean, he's a real shit bum. And, and I'm going to blame it on him because I'm sure it was him that said it. Pale Rider says, in my opinion, he had a side chick. He very well could have. And, we've talked about Katie possibly having somebody as well, right? So, it seemed like it was kind of an open situation, Hey, Mama Davis, good to see you. And DJ says, yes, Napanoch father, there was, excuse me. Then you hear of the electronics LE didn't take, neighbors having to bring security cameras into Sumner County Sheriff's Office before they were recorded over, and then because LE didn't pick them up. We did hear a lot about that, DJ. You're right. We did hear a lot about that, and it's very unfortunate because you would think that they would get on that as soon as they possibly could, and make sure that they were collecting all of that. We know that Katie and Chris were, wanting to know who's who had it, Hey, little Miss Sharon, good to see you. Thank you for being here. And CB Canada says that, in my opinion, LE found something at the landfill. There's a reason LE went there, and they needed a warrant between the feet and their forced narrative. And then LE taking things back. How can we believe anything? Oh, absolutely. And they expect us to believe, the most ridiculous scenarios. And it's like, how do you expect us to believe that when it doesn't make sense, And Meg says, I don't know, word on the street was his weenie didn't work, so I don't know what he'd be doing with the side piece. That's a good point, Meg. That's a great point. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead with that. With that, I'm going to play this next clip for us.
Okay, and then you guys were on the phone from about, 9 to 12? Mark.
Sure.
Was that FaceTime or just a phone conversation? Mark.
Sure.
Was that FaceTime or just a phone conversation?
Doesn't matter. We were on the phone. Those details don't have any bearing in this.
Yeah.
The phone call was made, whether it was a FaceTime, a Zoom call,
The only
whether it was
reason,
just a voice chat.
yeah, the only reason that I am curious about that is just whether it was possible that he had heard any of that conversation.
No. Once again, our conversations are not where children can hear them.
Well, I mean, that was like,
Would have upset him.
yeah, no, I mean, it's not like we were arguing or anything. I mean, we spend time on the phone daily because we live separately the majority of the time when he's on travel, so we call.
Listen to that again.
Travel. I mean, we spend time on the phone daily because we live
It's not cooperating.
separately.
Maybe you
Here,
rewind.
no. What you said.
I don't know why it does that.
Well, can you correct me?
Somewhere between 9 and 12. There was a
Listen to
down
this.
her, and mom told him, Sebastian, whatever you're doing, knock it off and go to bed. There was a down her, and mom told him, Sebastian, whatever you're doing in there, knock it off and go to bed. He said, yes, ma'am.
Edgar and KK, they say from 7:30 to 8 o'clock is Sebastian's normal bedtime, which is incredibly early for a 15-year-old. But he does take medication, so I understand in a sense, but regardless, it's still incredibly early. But the medication causes drowsiness in most, and so I understand he needs to sleep that off before the next day of school. But he normally took his medication around 7:30 to 8 o'clock, according to Seth. And within an hour, and that is to be very generous in timing, he should be asleep within an hour. Right? So let's say he took that medicine at 8 o'clock. Well, 9 o'clock, yeah, you're probably going to be asleep. But she's saying upwards till midnight. He's saying she heard this sound. Knock it off, and I don't care what you're doing in there, but knock it off and go to sleep. The other thing was, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? That was another story that she had stated, right? But most of us parents, if we, it's Sunday night, you let your kids stay up an extra hour anyway, and then you're on the phone or you're busy doing something and you hear them in there, you're going to be like, what are you doing? You're supposed to be in bed. Not, I don't care what you're doing. Because obviously you care if your child is not in bed. They got school tomorrow. You got to go to bed. That doesn't make sense. Knock it off. Or I don't care what you're doing in there. Knock it off and go to sleep. You do care.
All right. And then nothing until you went to wake him up, right?
No, nothing until she went to wake him up.
And that was about 6 a.m.
So, Eddie, tell her what you just said, so that way, for the record, make it clear.
Oh, but that's how she started.
No, she said that what I told you about hearing the noise, her saying go to bed, and he said yes, ma'am. Apparently that's wrong. So correct.
Just rewind that just a little bit.
What I told you about hearing the noise, her saying go to bed, and he said yes, ma'am. Apparently that's wrong. So correct.
Okay. care what you're doing, knock it off and go to sleep.
Did he answer that?
He says, that's fine.
Okay. Once again, right back to what I fucking said.
Okay, guys. So, Chris is just, as charming as ever. So with control freaks, right? They really think that they have the full control over everyone in their household, their lives. They try to control everything. And, I find it to be really funny because people like to rebel against that kind of thing, especially teenagers. I think the most rebellious time in our lives is probably when we're teenagers, right? Because we're, figuring things out, and it's not always the easiest time. But, again, I just find it funny that he thinks that, because he says to Heather Cohen, he says, again, we have conversations where the children can't hear them. Well, we've talked about this plenty of times here. Sometimes kids listen in, right? Sebastian dipping behind the walls. He might have been listening in. Kids, if they want to know what's going on, they will, hide out and listen. I mean, they just do that, especially if they know there's stuff going on in the house, right? They know that. They're smart enough to pick up on that. They overhear things. And, but someone like Chris, he thinks that he's got full control over everybody, even their own freaking ears, So Justin tells us that Sebastian's typical bedtime is between 7:30 and 8 p.m., which, I have to agree, that is a very early bedtime for a 15-year-old. But then again, Sebastian does take medication, so it could take about an hour for them to kick in. So, unwinding type period of time isn't so bad. But either way, Katie says that she let him stay up an hour after his bedtime, which would put his bedtime about 9 o'clock. But then they go into all of this where Chris is talking about the noise happened between 9 o'clock and 12 o'clock, right? So 9 p.m. to 12 a.m. And that, in that amount of time, in that time frame, there was a noise in the room, right? We've heard it described as a noise, a thud, sounded like Sebastian was messing around in his room, which wasn't uncommon, according to Katie. But nevertheless, at 10 p.m., there was a sound, and now they're changing that time frame to upwards of midnight. And of course, like Justin said, if it's a school night and you were supposed to be in bed at 9 o'clock and you're still kind of, playing around in the bedroom, a parent's not going to say, I don't care what you're doing, go to sleep. They're probably going to go in there, poke your head in and be like, hey, you need to go to bed. I don't know what's going on. What are you doing? Or whatever. Figure out what they're doing, I mean, but she doesn't. So, either way, we can't change that. We also heard Katie say to Nancy Grace that she asked Sebastian, hey, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? And every time we get an answer, and even in this phone interview with Heather Cohen, Katie says that Sebastian's reply is no, ma'am, right? When he does reply, it's no, ma'am. When he doesn't reply, there's nothing, right? Obviously. And then, of course, it doesn't make sense not to care about what's going on. It shows either that Katie wasn't, very attentive, or she just didn't want to get up off the couch and, go find out what was going on. She just hollered in there, I don't care what's going on, go to bed. Napa Nat, good to see you. You asked a question about what time they left the Roadhouse. It was about 6:45-ish when they left the Texas Roadhouse. And then I wanted to say hi to Morgan LaFay, Detroit Rock City, Juicy Jules. Good to see you guys. Good to see you, Tor. Hey, that's a tight timeline. It is, Tor. I agree. So, there are a lot of discrepancies, right, in the story, but I think there's a few things that we can kind of surmise from all of the stories, right? So when they get home from the Texas Roadhouse, there is about an hour and 45 minutes, right? 1 hour and 45 minutes where Sebastian is playing in his room, according to Katie, because she said he was playing in his room. He came out at 9 o'clock and he said goodnight to her and goodnight to the puppies, right? So there's an hour and 45 minutes not accounted for there, right? Except for Katie saying she was out on the couch. Sebastian was in his room playing. But then also we have the timeline from 9 p.m. until 12 a.m., which would be 3 hours, right? So there's another 3 hours. So in total, from the timeline that Katie says she was awake from the time they got home from the Texas Roadhouse, was about 4 hours and 45 minutes, right? Total. Let me know if I'm bad at math, that bad at math, but I think I got that at least. Not the best at math. And Judy says, watching the Karen Reed case, they are playing her interview with Dateline to show her guilt. Your words can be used in court. Absolutely, Junie. You're totally right there. And I didn't see them playing her interview. That's really interesting. That's a very interesting case, in my opinion. Morgan Le Fay says, not knowing dosage given. Right. Yeah. And I mean, you know, if Katie wanted him to go to bed sooner, she could have upped the dosage, right? So we just don't know. And we don't know what exactly medications he was taking as well. Just call CP KIA know-it-all. Yes, fed up buttercup, exactly. Yeah, I mean, he's just knows everything, right? We're all dumb, and he's the smartest one. The only one with grand knowledge. Morgan Le Fay says, or withheld a new game. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, there is a very wide amount of time that is kind of unaccounted for, where something could have happened, in my opinion, right? And even down to the phone call where Kirsten Katie got off the phone around midnight, right? Because Chris says that the phone call was between, 9:30 and 9:40 at night, give or take 9:43, whatever it was, right? But then they stayed on the phone till about midnight. And that's been, pretty much, the general timeline, right? Give or take. I mean, they've changed it a lot, so that's why it's such a broad range. Juicy Jules says Karen was way drunk, all cops' friends, not be drive. Yeah, not to drive. Yeah, I mean, they were all pretty hammered. Like, they had all had a significant amount of booze that night, in my opinion, in the Karen Reed trial, Morgan Le Fay says, I'd love to be on the grand jury. Juicy Jules says, KK really tells all the big goodbye restaurant, etc. and big nose, team not run. Okay. Yeah. I mean, and see, I think Sebastian would have been caught on the cameras had he run away. I think the runaway story is really played out. And I think, it's just very unbelievable and, just didn't happen that way. If it did, then there would have been proof of that happening, in my opinion. Because any way you smash it, there's cameras, all over the neighborhood. So, yeah, he does make me sick too, Fed Up Buttercup. He does. But in another interview, she said, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? Sure did, Pale Rider. And, and it was like, no, ma'am, no, ma'am. Always when he answers back, it's very polite, no, ma'am, right? And Katie said that a couple times, Yeah, we know we won't stop. That's right, Juicy Jules. That's right. We can't stop, We have to keep putting the pressure on. Oh, Detroit says, good to see you. It was a person in Wally's chat that was saying all kinds of stuff, like they had proof of where proof they were there. It was very odd. Ooh. Fed Up Buttercup says no shower, no brush teeth before bed. I don't believe that. I love you puppies, etc. A bunch of baloney in my opinion. Absolutely. And we don't hear about the bedtime routine at all. I mean, for all we know, Sebastian didn't take a shower or anything. If he was playing in his room that whole time, an hour and 45 minutes, you would think, let him go back and play for a little bit, but then now it's time to kind of unwind, get your shower, and we heard about how Sebastian liked, to be in the comfort of a shower before he went to bed. Excuse me. That it's nice to get into a clean bed, with clean sheets and Euro clean, and it's soothing, right? It's like a wind down, and a lot of us need that. I mean, I know whenever I was working a 9 to 5, I had to do a whole wind down routine myself just to kind of get myself ready for bed, not looking at the screen right before and things like that. Otherwise I'd have more trouble sleeping. So, absolutely, Juicy Jules says no emotion, no tears, just know how he won't be found. Red flag. I agree. And how stupid we are, don't forget. Gigi says, Gigi says, I'm curious the way they cuss so much. Sad if they did that around Sebastian. No kid needs to hear the F-bomb dropped every other sentence, in my opinion. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's something where I don't think that Chris has the self-control. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like, how most of us, we might cuss when we're, not around little kids and things like that, but I don't think he has that self-control or wherewithal to be, keeping that from Sebastian's ears, or, changing it up, spelling it out. When kids are little, you try to do that so they don't repeat what you say, and things like that. Or you might come up with funny sayings like son of a biscuit, or I like when Justin says mother chicken, like those are funny little things that you can say, when the kids are listening, right? Because I mean, if they go and say mother chicken, maybe the context isn't going to be the best if they use it in school or in public, but at least it's not, MF, so. And CB Canada says, when does he do homework? Does he make his own lunch? And it sounds like KP does nothing. Shower? ? Is his backpack ready? His poor teachers. I know, CB Canada. And that's the thing. There was no mention of him getting his backpack together, right? Or him laying his clothes out for the next day. It's and I know that Katie had said on Queen Bee that in the morning she will ask Sebastian if he wants to take his lunch or make one. So it seemed very, very rushed in my opinion, because if it's like, you're getting up at 6:00, your bus comes to get you at 7:00, that only leaves you an hour to decide all of this stuff, right? Plus you got to brush your teeth, get washed up. If you didn't take a shower the night before, take a shower, that's going to eat up at least 20 minutes at the most, or excuse me, at the very least, rather. So all of those are good questions, right? And I don't know if sometimes it's like Friday, do your homework right when you get home, and then that way it's done for the weekend and your backpack's ready. Sometimes it depended. I was a little bit relaxed with that with my daughter. It was like, it just kind of depended. If I knew that we were going to have a really busy weekend, then I would always suggest her to do her homework before that. But then again, I would also let her know that if she didn't do it, it would be a Sunday night thing. But sometimes I wouldn't give her a choice. I'd be like, hey, when you get home Friday, we're going to need you to do your homework because we're going and doing ABC, right? Family stuff, whatever it is, if it was a busy weekend. And then also, sometimes they have papers and they need things signed, and, there's a field trip, or, I was on the PTA, so they'd be like, could you make me a hat? One time I got that in the morning when I went through a backpack. And I was like, oh, and then I was kicking myself because, my daughter was in 2nd grade at that point. And yeah, I was like, okay, I got to get the hot glue out and get this done. But we got it. It's just, but those are the things, you're so right, CB Canada, that you just make sure are kind of done beforehand. Otherwise you are kicking yourself and you're like, dang it, I should have had this done, or I should have looked in the backpack, or, or you're looking at the kids like, why didn't you tell me, So, but either way, it just makes it so it's like less stressful and one less thing to do in the morning. So, but we never heard about any of that. No taking his clothes and laying them out, nothing, and we heard on the voicemail that Sebastian liked to look good when he went to school. You know what I mean? He wanted to, he liked to dress to impress. So, just so cute. Anne says, I heard on someone else's channel that CP was there Sunday night until 10 p.m. Yeah. I mean, that's been said a lot of times, and a lot of people have said that he was, in the area for the poker party too, on Friday. So yeah, thank you, Anne. Oh, thank you, Baba Rose. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, definitely, Juicy Jules, definitely. Mama Davis says, Morgan, I agree with you. The word playing doesn't sound right. No, and it doesn't. And it's so annoying, really. I mean, at this point, it's so annoying. Hey, Cinderella. You're welcome, Napa Nat. Thank you for being here. And Megan L says, if KP wanted him to go to bed earlier, she should have given him his medication earlier. But there's no mention of him taking meds that night or a shower. Right. Exactly. I mean, no wind down whatsoever. Or even like, he went and brushed his teeth and then he came and said goodnight. Like, it's just weird, Hey, Emmy Jo. Emmy Jo says she could have easily forgotten she was already gave it to him and accidentally gave it twice. Not unheard of. Yeah, you know what, Emmy Jo? I think that would be one of the like accidents that I could think of that could have happened, right? Absolutely would be like too much meds, right? Or gave him a little bit too much on accident, but that's completely understandable. I mean, it was a busy day for both of them, oh, don't be sorry, Lori. I'm glad you're here. Hey, Alan, good to see you. And Fed Up Buttercup says, in my opinion, being blue pill, apparently, I think it was switched with the blue off the streets, if you get my drift. Green hoodie, in my opinion, just saying. And I mean, a lot of people think that there was a handoff of some sort. And then also it makes us wonder, because there's no real good explanation as to why somebody would lie and say that Katie was at their house with a cousin and Sebastian. There's something weird there too. So it makes me wonder if something happened there as well. There's just so many different little mysteries that kind of pop up. And then, of course, the parents not being honest. And I'm not talking about Seth here, in my opinion. I'm talking about Katie and Chris, that are not being honest with what they know, right? Because Seth wasn't there. He was at work, right? Well, I guess on Sunday at that point he wasn't at work. But he definitely wasn't with Sebastian and Katie, right? Because they're divorced. So yeah, it very well could be Fed Up Buttercup. Really, really could be, thanks, Lori. Emmy Jo says, I thought it was odd that she said Sebastian's answer was no, ma'am, go to bed. Well, she did say that, Emmy Jo. She did. Yeah. No, ma'am, go to bed. Yeah, like he's telling his mom to go to bed. That was weird to me. If my son told me to go to bed, my eyebrow would raise. Totally, it'd be like, huh, me? You telling me to go to bed, kiddo? That's funny. That'd be a side eye, right, for mom on that one. I mean, that would be, and it doesn't seem like in character, you know what I mean? Because it even seemed to us, right, for a lot of us, that there was something that was being said at the dinner table at Texas Roadhouse that wasn't really, in a jovial manner, right? It was more of like, this is what's going to happen, and fork and moving the whole 9 yards. Doing one of these. I mean, like she was explaining something to him. This is how it's going to be. Cinderella says, in my opinion, our suspects are now pushing the narrative that Sebastian has passed. Why now? Oh my goodness. I don't know. Thank you, Alan. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you for hitting the like button. And Morgan Le Fay says, we won't, but I've wondered why I should care when 2 out of the 3 don't, being honest as an autism parent. Yeah, I understand that completely. I mean, there's been times where I've gotten so upset with Katie and been like, I can't tell you how many times. I mean, even today, it was like, there's a part coming up, and it's freaking sad. I mean, it's not even. I guess it's like beyond sad. What we're gonna hear here about, Faith and Sebastian's relationship, and it just broke my heart. It just did. Like, thinking about how much they adore each other and how much wonderful things we hear about a fantastic relationship that's a blessing, and these people turn it into something nasty, and it makes me so freaking sick, Morgan, and I agree. There's days where I just think to myself, what the heck, it's absolutely disgusting. It really is, but it's like, and then I remember how hard Seth is working and pushing and always wants us to keep the faith, right? He just wants his son found. I listened to him call into another show where he had a completely different audience, right, than all of us here, because many of us, in the community are very much people who pray, right? Whether, whatever religion we are, but we all, pray to God and things like that. We even have friends that are, that practice Judaism, and I love all of our friends. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter what religion you practice. It really doesn't. But we all come together to pray for Sebastian. But it's just amazing to me that Seth goes above and beyond to find people who he can reach, who don't have the awareness, and he brings that to them. It's just such a beautiful labor of love that many of us wouldn't think twice to do, but I also think that it's important to give credit where credit is due. And I know that's not what he wants, but I think it's important to kind of, remember that we're doing it for Sebastian. We're doing it for his dad who wants him home, and then some people out there, who don't think that the parents have anything to do with it at all, want Sebastian to go home, for Chris and Katie too. And that's all well and good, but it is frustrating, especially when we see how Sebastian's treated by these people who are supposed to love and protect him, in my opinion. Hey, Faye, good to see you. DJ says they have phone calls where the kids can't hear them. You can hear a sound in his room. Yeah. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. I think I read that wrong, DJ. Sorry. They have phone calls where the kids can't hear them, yet she can hear a sound in his room. Right. So like she could hear that noise or sound or thud in his room, but he couldn't hear the conversation that they were having. Right. I mean, again, something that we're expected to believe that makes absolutely no sense to a logical person or somebody thinking about it, critically. So yeah, DJ, excellent point. And Sammy says the behavior is just way too bizarre now. I mean, it is. It's just like going on tours again. All of this other stuff that we're seeing, it's kind of crazy. And not spreading awareness, right? Just talking about themselves. And again, it's just the same old song and dance. C-Star says they sound like robots to me. Go to sleep, eat your dinner, short answers. Right. Like they weren't giving him the attention that he deserved and needed. I mean, even at the dinner table, it seemed very cold, very clinical, the relationship, it's hard to believe that there was nothing underlying that happened that day, you know. Sammy says, did you talk about internet too? Sorry if I missed it. They let the narrative go on and on for months that he could have been kidnapped by a predator from being on the internet at Seth's house. Yeah, I do remember that. I do remember that, Sammy. And I think that that was, again, something to kind of point the finger and be like, oh, he, you know, I mean, because we heard them doing it at the parent teacher conference, right? And the teachers were kind of taken back by it and were like, what is this? You know, what's happening right now? And they didn't appreciate it there. But, you know, we've seen this kind of, you know, happen again and again. And it's just always something to either blame Sebastian or blame Seth, right? It's never looking internally for them. It's always, you know, well, he didn't have internet at our house, but he did at his father's house. You know, another example of that would have been, you know, did you have a life insurance policy on Sebastian? And Katie didn't answer. And then she goes, his father had one on him, you know, and that very, his father had one on him, you know, way, in my opinion. It was like, you know, kind of a snarky reply. And Sammy says, when it sounds like he had internet more at mom's, according to CP now. Yeah, absolutely. And this picture, I do believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, comes from the Proud Feet. You know, this picture right here. We have a cell phone, and then we have, you know, a laptop, and then of course we have this where they tried to cover that up. And look at his smile. I mean, God, anybody that hurt that kid, I don't even know. You know, it's terrible. Yes, Tor. So taking the trash out was after the Texas Roadhouse. Yes. And, you know, it said that happened about 15 minutes after they got home. So I'm guessing it was kind of around like 7:15 or so, you know, and then Katie says he took the can to the end of the driveway and kind of ran back, you know, or maybe he even took it out really fast too. You know, you never know, because it's a chore, you know, kids want to get it done quickly. I help my kids lay out their clothes the night before to make mornings easier. Absolutely, C-Star. Because it does. You know, it stresses everybody out, right? So we're like saving ourselves, we're saving the kids, getting them used to kind of doing that kind of stuff too, and preparing for the next day is always a really good thing. You know, because it just helps out. Now, some people are morning people and they like to get up, like, you know, and give themselves an hour to kind of wake up, and then they start getting around, you know. I mean, a lot of people are that way. They'll watch the news first thing in the morning or whatever, their YouTube, have a cup of coffee, and then they get in the shower and that sort of thing. But those are morning people, right? But there wasn't enough time to do that if Sebastian woke up at, you know, 6 o'clock. So... Oh, yeah. Well, Feta Buttercup, Katie said that he liked to read chapter books, and that one was a Minecraft chapter book, and I think it was called Voyager, that he liked to read. So he did like to read. He enjoyed it. And also Seth had said that he also liked to read books at his house too. So yeah, and that's such a good wind down. You know what I mean? Reading a book, for many of us, that's another routine, or that was another thing that I incorporated into my routine, would be reading. Sometimes though, if the book was really good, it would keep me up later. So I have to be careful with it. But you know, again, it's just another good little wind down routine, like read a chapter or two. And I don't see anything wrong with going in and reading, you know, with him. And I understand that he's older and maybe he wanted to read by himself, but you know, there just didn't seem to be any type of meaningful interaction after they got back from the Roadhouse, in my opinion. You know, or wind down routine or anything, you know. CB Canada says, if I don't know Sebastian's age in this case, and everyone using the word child, you would think he's 9 or 10 years old. and a hopeless person. This all makes me so angry. How can hate channels ignore this? I agree with that, CB Canada. And because I think, some of the pictures of him when he's a baby, he's just the cutest kid I've ever seen, and things like that. But I always try to remember that I need to keep the up-to-date photos of him. When I post photos, I try to post the ones that look like him now, like this one's up from his last school picture, and things like that. So, and I know the one in the orange t-shirt, he's younger in that one. But he just has the cutest smile. I couldn't help myself. But I agree with your comment. And, it's so hard for us some of us not to look at him as a child. But I do think it's important to let people know that we are looking for a 16-year-old boy now, because he is 16 now. And he wasn't a baby. He wasn't, like Chris had portrayed him on Duchess. His mind hadn't caught up to his body. Sure, there was things that he probably needed to work on and therapies that would help him. As Seth said last night, his rare chromosome deletion did play a role in some of the things that didn't come as easily to him, right? But he was working through a lot of that stuff in therapies, So, and sometimes there's always things that, even in anybody, there's goals that we set for ourselves that we don't reach, right, all the time. So it's always important to set those goals, but thank you, CB Canada. I appreciate that. He is not a child. He is not an invalid, right? He's very capable, very, very capable, in my opinion. I don't think they gave him enough credit. I really don't. All right, guys, let's watch this next clip. We are 5.
Okay. Now my dog's gonna want to start barking. I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second. There was something I was gonna ask you. Okay, so I did want to go back to where you had said that you didn't think you ran away, that you ran away. So what do you think?
I don't have.
Listen.
One of us have an idea.
Yeah.
All we can tell you is that's why I asked you what did you exactly know in case what Seth has told you. Make it easy for us to fill in the blanks.
Just absolutely fishing.
Yeah.
Your client
Not at all, Planet.
that's what he's painting.
Oh.
So I just need to know what's being.
Yeah.
Because your client has an idea in his head. And that is his narrative. That's what he's painting.
Oh.
So I just need to know what's being said.
Your client has a narrative in his head. So I just need to know what's being said.
And I'll fill you in.
Well, the thing is about Seth that I don't think he's kind of just back and forth about things,
That's where he's stupid and he's wrong.
Well, he doesn't know. He doesn't know if he was lured. He doesn't know if something happened in the house. I just have to.
And there's nothing. There's no reason to insinuate, no reason to make that comment.
Well, I'm just being
Excuse me.
transparent with you.
But I'm extremely frank with you.
Yeah.
If there was something in there that they think had an issue, they would have already have gone down that route.
Well, I don't know anything.
If there was something in there that they think had an issue, they would have already have gone down that route.
Yeah. Well, I don't know anything about what law enforcement is thinking or what they're doing. You know as well as I do, they don't share that with me, and they don't have to, and I don't expect them to.
Okay.
Sunday, the day before he went missing. We got up and, fun fact, I made breakfast that morning. We had a good time. We were laughing, we were joking. He talked to family on the phone during breakfast to brag. We went and picked up our niece.
See Edgar there? Our niece, he's looking up. Okay. When did you pick up the niece? It sounds like you're saying this after breakfast, right? Nub Fisher, hi. Is it a fact that Sebastian made it home after the steakhouse? Yes. Thank you, Nub. He made it home. He made it home. Yes. He made it home. Absolutely. Absolutely made it home. Thank you so much, my dear. Appreciate you. She keeps looking at him for approval. Well, I don't know, but I'll tell you this. How does she place the day here? Because we didn't know the time before, remember? Didn't know the time, what time they were at BJ's. It was before noon. Got a call to pick up our niece. Arnold, a couple different ways. Audio and video of them in the car. Their ride home wasn't long enough for anything to happen. They have the route, all that confirmed, and the video of Sebastian taking out the trash, and there was something else. Mohawk might remember. I can't remember the other thing.
Yeah, I got a call and asked if I could go and pick her up, and I did. And so we went and did that. We went to BJ's. Had a good time there. He ate up.
Now, did she say in the interview that we just listened to, when did she say she picked up the niece? Was it before BJ's? I know this is what's confusing me, guys. This is what's confusing me. I've got some I got some text here. Let me find them. And remember, this is kind of blurry. You're not going to be able to see it because I can barely see it, but let me just show it to you. This is from Deborah, or Dara rather. Yelp, he was at my house for a few minutes on Sunday afternoon with his mom and his cousin. Okay. How does that work out? Am I missing something? Seriously. She goes and picks up the niece and they all meet at BJ's. Again, Katie, Sebastian, two sisters, and a, quote, bunch of kids. And they go to BJ's. And then after BJ's, they all... Hold on, that was Sunday. Yeah, that's right. Okay, that's right. And then they go to BJ's. And then KK and Sebastian leave BJ's. Just those two. Right, but girl mom, after they leave BJ's, how is KK, Sebastian, and the niece at Dara's house that afternoon? For a little bit. I don't think they mentioned stopping at Dara's to anybody. And that's a big issue, if you ask me. That afternoon, during the afternoon. But she says they left BJ's, just her and Sebastian, and went home. And, quote, ... stayed for a while. That's what I'm not understanding here. If it was just you and Sebastian that left, well, then how are you... Dara has to be after BJ's. I understand that, but she says it was just her and Sebastian that left BJ's together. And she makes that very clear. Right here, Dara states, yep, he was at my house for a few minutes on Sunday, after with his mom and his cousin. Did one cousin go home with them? Did they, what's up here? Because that's really important. That's a big difference.
And asked if I could go and pick her up, and I did. And so we went and did that. We went to BJ's. Had a good time there. He ate a colossal popcorn. Came home to put groceries away because we bought snacks because, he's 15 and snacks.
Okay. So again, slightly difference here. She says we came home and put groceries away. The way she makes it sound in this interview, in my opinion, that they bought groceries and snacks like a typical grocery run. The phone call with the PI, she says they just bought a couple things. Again, I was told they bought socks and a few snacks, allegedly. And then they, quote, stayed a while at the home after they got home from BJ's. Again, in the other interview, it's just KK and Sebastian coming home and staying home for a while, putting a couple snacks up. I do have that somewhere. Justin, do you have the screenshots of Melissa said about picking them up to go to BJ's? Tam, does anyone have that on hand?
Okay, guys, so they do end up getting that text message, but I wanted to kind of play those a little bit back to back just to kind of keep it all together. And we did go over that text message earlier. So, and I wanted to say goodnight to Debutante. I'm going to be saying prayers for you. I hope everything goes well for you, and I hope you get a lot of good sleep tonight. So Chris is trying to get info out of Heather Cohen, right? About what Seth has told her. And he says that he needs to know what's being said. And then he says, I will fill you in, as if to say, if you wash my back, I'll wash yours, right? instead of him saying, you know, I just want to know what you already know again. I want to know that you're up to speed. He doesn't care about that. What he cares about is knowing what Seth is telling her. And if she tells him what Seth is telling her, then he will fill her in. And I don't know if anybody caught that, but I just found that to be, you know, one of those, again, very manipulative aspects of Chris's personality, to kind of highlight, you know. So Katie goes on in the Chronicles of Olivia interview to talk about the spaghetti pancakes. They were having a good time. They were laughing. They were joking. They spoke to family on the phone so Sebastian could brag about the breakfast. They picked up their niece, and Katie looks over at Chris for approval, in my opinion, but he wasn't there. Or we're supposed to believe that he wasn't. You know, Sebastian made it home from the Texas Roadhouse. I do believe that. You know, there's audio and video from Katie's vehicle, right, that confirms that. Law enforcement confirmed the routes. The 15-minute window, you know, about that time matches up, right? They leave about 6:45 from the Texas Roadhouse. They get home about 7. About 15 minutes later, the trash video confirms that Sebastian took the trash out, right? In theory. Now, BJ's was before noon that they got the phone call, is what they said to Heather Cohen, and that they picked up their niece. And then, you know, BJ's was where Sebastian was to have said to have a colossal popcorn. Now, this person, the commenter, Dara, right, she says that Sebastian was at her home with his mother, Katie, and a cousin on Sunday afternoon. So we're kind of expected to believe from the Proud Feet that everything happened before BJ's, but how could everything have happened before BJ's and the cousin still be there unless the cousin came home with them? But of course, we don't see the cousin at the Texas Roadhouse, nor does anybody say that the cousin was playing arcade games at the bowling alley with Katie and Sebastian. So someone's lying, you know, and my best guess would be Chris and Katie, because those are the ones that always lie, right? Now we first, this is the first time, right, that we're really hearing about that. And a lot of people in Justin's chat was commenting about that, this being the first time that we're hearing of Katie stopping at Dara's. And then also, that Katie said that it was just her and Sebastian. She was very adamant about that it was only Sebastian and herself that left BJ's. Everyone else went their separate ways. And then, of course, you know, again, do we know if the cousin came home with them? But there wasn't any cousin at the Roadhouse. So again, just more, when we're asking these questions, we're met with confusion, and then we're left with more questions than we began with in this case, unfortunately. Fed Up Buttercup says accidentally on purpose. Megan L says the whole inconsistent story doesn't make sense. The whole thing doesn't make sense, and it's full of inconsistencies. Absolutely, just, you know, Swiss cheese, if you will. Sammy says also CP said that he normally takes a shower at 7. Yeah. And that would make sense, you know, like right when he got home from the Roadhouse, you know, he might go take a shower real quick, right? And that way his hair's a little bit dry before bed, you know, things like that. But it's also to wind down. So I do remember that too, Sammy. Thank you. And Meg says Sebastian didn't poof like a ninja and with no trace of him. I do believe, in my opinion, this was orchestrated. I believe the same. I believe the same thing. You know, it's just there's too many things that kind of had to fall into play for any of this to work out, right? And then we also know that the Proud Feet, or the Foot Clan, likes to stick together, and they like orchestrating situations like this. We've seen them do it in the past. Not judge for this jury, right? That's funny, Morgan. Yeah, I wouldn't want. Oh gosh, I would just be too biased for a jury. No. Mm-mm. CB says, or excuse me, CB Canada says, when you see what a B she can be, what a B she can be, and then she does that fake crying. I wonder if she has personality disorder. This is not normal in my opinion. I wonder that too. I was thinking like histrionic in my opinion, maybe BPD. I think somebody mentioned that the other day with BPB. And Detroit Rock City says, I wonder that version of the story they are going to give America's Most... Oh, I wonder what version of the story they're going to give America's Most Wanted. It ought to be interesting. Well, and that's a great point. I don't know what they're going to say to them, and then also not allowing for them to come in to the house, and it's been alleged that they got rid of all of Sebastian's stuff, or that his room doesn't look like how he left it, or how he was taken from it, in my opinion. Emmy Joe says, kind of like an oxymoron to say no ma'am, which is very formal, followed by go to bed, which is kind of sassy, incongruent. Absolutely, Emmy Joe, that is so true. I mean, it's like, again, it just doesn't make sense. It's like in 1 minute, or in one instance, well, we could say even in the same breath, he's saying something polite and being, respectful. And then in the same breath, he's being very disrespectful, right? That's a great point. Absolutely. Yes. Meg, thank you. Well, that's true, Mama Davis. Mama Davis says, growing up as a Southern kid, saying "ma'am" is a requirement. Yeah, it's just polite, right? You don't really address one of your elders, so to speak, without addressing them as sir or ma'am. That's so true, and it comes with that respect, and a lot of that is, unfortunately, more old fashioned than anything now, but that's how, I was always raised. Respect your elders, don't you dare, use certain terminology or phrasing, you know what I mean? But absolutely Southern, ma'am, sir, and, just be respectful. Hey, Ida Anthony, good to see you. Sammy says, okay, last random thought. If I had been arguing with Katie or otherwise stressed from dinner, well, and he could have been arguing because, well, or maybe he was not giving her the reaction that she wanted, because it did seem like Momming It Up said last night when the interaction was going on with the fork with Katie. It seemed like Sebastian wanted to melt into the booth, right? And, just kind of sink in and disappear, right? And I felt that. I do feel that. So there may have been, and then who knows what happened on the car ride home, we just don't know. It could have been a good experience. It could have been not a good experience, and Napa Nat says, watch the ads for America's Most Wanted. I'm concerned. Both ads showed yet again younger pictures of him. Oh, thanks, Napa Nat, for letting us know that. And, I again, I don't know why they're doing that, except for to detour, distract, impede the investigation. That's the only reason somebody would do that, in my opinion. And it's weird to see it from the parents or stepfoot and mother. My family is 3 religions, Morgan. I feel that. I feel that. That's funny. That's good though. There's nothing wrong with that. At least you got a lot of different different aspects there. And Fed Up Buttercup says, if he felt comfortable in that household and could relax, in my opinion, he wouldn't need sleep meds. I agree, Fed Up Buttercup, because there's a lot of things that we're going to listen to when Seth comes on in a phone call that he did not require at Seth's house. You know what I mean? My last random thought, if he had been arguing with Katie at dinner, or if he had been upset for some reason, would he have wanted to call Seth, and would he have been or allowed to, right? Except Seth works at 7. That's a good question, Sammy. And I love your random thoughts, by the way, so keep them coming. But I mean, honestly, that could very well have been something. There could have been something there with maybe he wanted to call Seth. And it's a good point because when he needed clothes for school for his school pictures, he called Seth, right? And he was allowed to. So but maybe if they were arguing, Katie said no or took his phone privileges away. That is something that happens in the toxic environments, unfortunately. Meg says, not a morning person. Hey, Jersey Lady. Jersey Lady says, I wonder if he received therapy to correct the toe walking and the different way he ran. I taught school for years and know that therapy to correct those things can start as early as 18 months to 2 years old. Oh, that's awesome, Jersey Lady. Thank you for that. Yeah, I wonder, I wonder about that too. It's a really great question. And I mean, I don't see any reason to change the run unless it's like, unless it is hurting him or something like that. But Gigi says, when you post the one of him at Texas Roadhouse, it looks like you're sitting in the booth with him. It's so cool. Oh, thanks, Gigi. Aw. Yeah, sounds like you raised a wonderful young man. Aw, that's so sweet, Meg. All right, guys, I'm going to play this next clip. I'm sorry if I'm really behind in chat. Give me 1 second here, and we're going to play this next one. And this is going to show what one of Chris's sisters said, right? Because they're going to find the screenshot for it. So we are on. Yes, 7.
Let me look.
We went to the bowling alley. And then from there, we went to dinner. Came home. He took out the trash because that's his chore. He takes the can to the end of the driveway.
All right. So, again, the way I always pictured it in my head, personally, was, they went to BJ's in the early afternoon, and they met with, they picked up this niece or whatever, took them to BJ's, and the niece went back with them. They dropped them off. She dropped them off at Dara's house a little bit that evening, and then they went home, took the snacks out, and then went to the bowling alley, and then went to Texas. This is what Melissa says. Very important. Someone sent me this screenshot from Mob Crew. I was with him Sunday afternoon shopping. I took my sister and her daughter, plus my sister-in-law and Sebastian, shopping that afternoon. I can tell you he was in a good mood. They headed home to put away groceries when I saw him Sunday. Okay. I took my sister and her daughter plus my sister-in-law and Sebastian. Okay. So that's about right. That's about right. I was with him Sunday afternoon shopping. So Melissa took her sister and her sister's daughter plus my sister-in-law and Sebastian's shopping that afternoon. When the hell? No. When was the niece with KK and Sebastian? I was with him Sunday afternoon shopping. Edgar and them says it was before noon. I took my sister and her daughter, plus my sister-in-law and Sebastian. They also say that there was a bunch of kids as well. Took infers she picked up. I agree. I know a lot of people take it like that. I was with him Sunday afternoon. I took my sister and her daughter, plus my sister-in-law and Sebastian shopping. It's like they all rode together. Well, she says she met them at BJ's. One story is only true. Very off. Very, very off.
About 9 o'clock, told him to go to bed. And he's come out of his room where he was playing, and he said, "All right, good night, Mama. Good night, puppies. Love you." And went to bed. He was doing something in his room because about an hour later I heard some noise, and I was like, "I don't care what you're doing in there, but go to sleep." About an hour. He was doing something in his room because he said, right. About 9 o'clock, told him to go to bed. And he's come out of his room where he was playing, and he said, "All right, good night, Mama. Good night, puppies. Love you." And went to bed. He was doing something in his room because about an hour later I heard some noise, and I was like, "I don't care what you're doing in there, but go to sleep." And
God, what do cops think about this right now? Like, what do they think about this? Because this is something really wrong, in my opinion.
About midnight, I got up and I went to bed. And 6 o'clock, I went to wake him up for school Monday morning. And that's when he went in here.
What was going through your mind at that point? Like, what were the feelings that you were feeling?
To censor myself. Holy freaking crap, this can't be happening.
Okay, guys, and then, of course, Katie goes into the holy freaking crap, this can't be happening kind of a thing, right? So, basically, it's really confusing again, just more questions than answers, really. But, they went to the bowling alley, then to dinner, right, at Texas Roadhouse. Katie said they dropped the niece off, and that her and Sebastian were the only ones that went back. But then Melissa said that Sunday afternoon she was with Sebastian. And the way that I'm taking how Melissa said, I took my sister and her daughter and my sister-in-law and Sebastian, I'm thinking because it's one of those wholesale grocery stores, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm thinking, hey, Kai, good to see you. Thanks for coming in. I'm thinking that maybe she means that as in, like, how when you go to Sam's Club or Costco, you can bring people, like, say you're a member of there and you can bring family members or friends with you. But they get in because you have the card, right, to get in there. Hey, sweet sativa. So, that's just my understanding of it when she says that. But she does say, that I took my sister, my daughter, and Katie says that they met at BJ's. So again, like Justin said, only one story can be true. it was said that there was a bunch of kids there. Who knows? I mean, it's just so confusing. Again, about an hour later, Katie says that she heard the noise in Sebastian's room after he went to bed, which would put that around 10 o'clock. And then she herself says that she went to bed around midnight. She got off the couch and went to bed around midnight. So, you know, I mean, it's just so hard to tell. Sammy says, my kiddo is a toe walker, and you can tell her mood by how high of a Barbie heels she's pretending to wear. How cute, Sammy. Aw, what a sweetheart. Mob Cruise Live earlier was informative and kick-ass. Was it, couponing? That's awesome. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that Chris is feeling better. I saw he was live, and I just didn't have time to, get all my clips loaded up and go over and say hi. So I always miss all the good stuff. Detroit Rock City says Hindsight 2002 clip is called It's Not a Dash Cam an Hour Ago. Oh, okay. I need to go check out Hindsight then. Yeah, and of course, they're playing games. They don't want to tell us what exactly device that was in there, but that there was audio and video. It's crazy. It's just so crazy. Mountain Mama says, I think they should have gotten their stories better before whatever happened. I agree because, they're not correct with their stories. They're all over the place, all over the place. And we're about to see a lot more being all over the place. Yeah, this is where it's going to get a little bumpy, guys. So trigger warning, it's going to get pretty ugly here, or as I like to say, fugly. Emphasis on the fug. Okay, there we go.
This interview that we're watching right now, it came before the one we listened to with the PI.
My kid. Choice words were used.
Nobody talks like that. Nobody speaks like that whenever their child is missing. Choice words were used. Holy freaking crap. Choice words were used. What? Yeah.
Where the F is he,
Then she gives an example. So you will know what she claims she said. She's wanting you to know how upset and frustrated she was at that time. Holy freaking crap. Choice words were used, like, where the F is he?
I had looked through the house for him because it was typical for him to get up and come and rummage for snacks and things like that. And he likes to dip behind the, walls and watch, and
really?
And then he comes out after I come back and he likes to scare me. But
isn't it amazing how you can hear something 100 times and then one day you're like, how the hell did I miss that? How the hell did I miss that? I get it. But look how she smiles, and then she does this almost in every interview. She'll tell a little funny, if you will, and then she goes back.
He likes to dip behind the, walls and watch, and then he comes out after I come back and he likes to scare me. But after I looked, and I mean, mind you, all of this took place in like 1 minute flat, but I didn't see him in his room. I looked all over. I ran through the whole house. I looked out all the doors and windows, and I was like hollering his name. And I picked up the phone and I called my husband, and I said, I can't find him. And he said, what do you mean? I said, he's not in this effing house. I can't find our son. And I jumped in my car and I drove around the neighborhood, and I drove over by the school, and he's already at this point I was like hysterical, and I was crying, I was screaming.
again, this is where the infamous cough goes in, and she says, I get in my car and I drove over and he's already. And then she says, and then he was like, and all of that. So, again, there is questions about the timing with this as well. Because only from 6:03 to 6:33, we only know one thing happened, really. And that is that that Edgar calls Seth at that time. Or text one, I can't remember, or both. And from 6:33 to approximately 6:33 to 6:42 or so, or at 6:42 on the dispatch, it says the mom is driving around in the neighborhood looking for her son. Text at 6:22. Yes, indeed. In another interview, she redirects CP what he's about to say as far as location. Oh, yeah. Yeah. But she's isn't hysterical. They're reliving it. Yeah. Watch this. It's amazing.
He was in my car and I drove around the neighborhood and I drove over by the school and he's already like at this point I was like hysterical and I was crying, I was screaming, and
there you go. 30 minutes are unaccounted for.
He three-wayed law enforcement and was telling them like our son is missing and we don't know what's going on, and he was like, go back to the house, they're on their way, and I drove back to the house, and 20 days later we haven't found him.
Yeah, I can't even imagine how stressful that is.
Meg says CP looks like he shifted in his seat like he has a bad hemorrhoid. Meg, sorry, I just looked up and saw that. That's so funny. Yes, and then the cough, the infamous cough should be coming, says Kai Kai. Yeah, so Katie says this fake story, right, on Chronicles of Olivia, it's very unbelievable. Her demeanor is it's strange too, right? Because she says choice words were used and she has no emotion. She's very monotone. She's very cold and clinical as she is reliving this nightmare, right? This terror, but there's no emotion or care. And it's so strange, right? Because usually when we're reliving the moment, our heart starts pounding, we might start shaking or our hands will get sweaty. There are certain physiological responses that we have when we're reliving traumatic situations, right? But we see none of these in Katie. Where the F is he, she says, which, again, comes off as being very phony, disingenuous, fake, right? Again, I hate when Katie talks about Sebastian rummaging in his own house, because what the hell? That's his house. It's not rummaging. He's going into the cabinet and getting himself something. They talk about how Sebastian likes to dip behind walls and watch. Well, God only knows some of the things that Sebastian was probably having to witness in that house. Let's just be honest. So Katie goes into that 1 minute flat. This all happened in 1 minute flat, but nothing about her looking in his bathroom like she told Dateline, or going into his room and realizing that he wasn't there, right? Because usually he'll look, she told Dateline, and he didn't look this time, and that's how she knew he wasn't in his bed. which again, I call bullshit on that again. But just, a major story change. And, this is where we see Katie do he's already, the kind of cutthroat gesture that we were talking about before, or that we've talked about before. So we have a timeline here of 6:03, right, to 6:33, where we have Chris calling and texting Seth 911, Sebastian's missing, don't be mad, right? That happens at 6:22. And then we also have a time frame between 6:33 and 6:42, because at 6:42, the dispatch audio that was released talks about Katie driving through the neighborhood looking for her son, right? So again, we can kind of break it all down to where there was a large time frame, 42 minutes, where, Katie said it only took her a minute flat in one interview, 3 minutes. Either way, it would take you longer than that to go look in his bathroom, to go look around the other bedrooms, right? To go through the kitchen again, to go up to the bonus room. There are stairs to get up there, so absolutely, Lori, totally, I mean, Pinocchio all day. It's just crazy, and we're expected to believe it, but we didn't even hear the dispatch audio until 42 minutes after she discovers her son missing, right out of his bed. She saw him go into his room. Good night, mom. Good night, puppies. And then at 6 a.m., he's gone. And again, there's no sense of urgency, no sense of reliving a nightmare, no sense of anything. Katie is just very cold and, in my opinion, calculated. She's trying to remember the script. She's getting cues, cough from, CP. Detroit Rock City says BJ's grand opening was on a different date, not February. That's interesting. That's really interesting. Yes, Mama Davis, sounds like a script. It doesn't flow naturally. Absolutely. And what parent wouldn't even, I wouldn't even care if the F-bombs were flying. If that's what I actually said that morning, I wouldn't, care. I'd be like, where's my fucking son? You know what I mean? It would fly off the tongue. It wouldn't be, to where you would censor yourself. And she even says, to censor myself, holy freaking crap, and she goes into the spiel. Justin is funny, C-Star. Yes, he is. Forget the eggs in China. They have become scrambled. Fed up Buttercup. That's too funny. They sure have been. It feels like my brain scrambled today. You know what I mean? Oh man. Just with all of this, Mountain Mama says, I think they should have gotten their stories better before what happened. Yeah, absolutely, Mama. Oh, thank you so much, Lori, for the green hearts. Gosh, we're gonna need them. Meg says he even made a face first, kind of like looking up, saying in his head, oh, this hurts. Shift cough. Holly S says yes. Hysterical after a minute. He's 15. Right. Oh, absolutely. And especially if you think he just got up to get breakfast, because that was one of her stories too. Oh, I thought he just went over to get himself some breakfast, because he did that sometime. This time she said he was rummaging for snacks first thing in the morning. I do too, Holly S. I do too. He does not deserve it, Oh gosh, buckle up, it's coming. Hey, the Path, good to see you. Good to see you. Path says, I know when a kid gets caught doing something wrong, you ask them to tell you what happened, and they talk really fast lying, and then this and that, and that, and this, and that's Katie. That's so true. That is so true. Hey, Vic, good to see you. Yeah, absolutely. It's like, it is like dealing with a child who's lying. Absolutely. And, maybe it's because we're all taught, not to do that when we're younger. Everybody does, but it's just like, maybe that's why. Maybe that's part of it, Mama Davis says, I'm a grandma, and when my adult children are here, I still will peek in on my kiddos and grandkids before I go to bed. That's a good point, Mama Davis, just to make sure everything's good, right? And two, they're like, look like little angels when they're sleeping, they're like so cute. It's like, I agree. It just shows love and care and like you give a damn, Um, uh, okay, guys, let's watch this next one.
Also, like when we were driving up here, like this neighborhood is so pretty and nice, and
Nobody.
I
mean, this is the thing. She says, I can't find him in the other interview, right? Not in other interviews. She says, I can't find him. And he means, what do you mean you can't find him? I can't find her son. He's not in the house. And she says, so I called my husband. That's when she says, I can't find him. And then he's like, well, did you check here? Did you check here? And she says, yes. And then he said, instantly, stopped, instantly called sheriff's department because ... That's what we're supposed to do. And I realized he wasn't in his bed. Yes. And remember, they did not let them in there. Hold on, I just got a message. The Dara lady lives next to Chris's sister. Supposedly Katie was running her niece to cheer practice on Sunday, and her niece was at Dara's house, so she went there to get her. I'm assuming this was before they all went to BJ's, but I don't know. The Dara lady lives next door to Chris's sister. Supposedly, KK was running her niece to cheer practice on Sunday, and her niece was at Dara's house, so she went there to get her. I'm assuming this was before they went to BJ's, but I don't know. If KK was, why couldn't Chris's sister run her to cheer practice? The sister went with them. They all met at BJ's together. Why would KK drive all the way over there whenever the sister lives right there? And she never mentions, I looked through this room to see if he left a note or looked at the... None of that. None of that. Yelling and screaming for Sebastian with her windows up, ? Ma'am, how did you expect him to hear you? Besides, you were not driving slow on Kellen. Interesting, isn't it? It does not make sense. Both sisters were to the store. It does not make sense. Dara lives off station camper. I didn't think they even lived close together. We originally thought that Dara lived in Edgar and KK's neighborhood. But that didn't it either.
Like walked away before, or like has that ever happened? It's just no. First,
he's not a child that wanders. He's not one that is.
He doesn't have a history of being an eloper, which is common. And I have friends with children on the spectrum who do struggle with elopement with their children. But no, Sebastian, that's one thing. It's always been a blessing. He's not been an eloper or a runner.
Now they are trying to make it sound like Oh yeah, Sebastian, he's gotten out before, he's hid under a car, just as recent as the last few interviews recently, like in the last week, that Edgar has spoken, which the neighbor clearly came out and stated that he got the child mixed up. He thought when Sebastian went missing that another child lived there, and it actually wasn't. So there's that. If this was a child that eloped and they could not trust him in that way, he would not be getting off the bus of the evening by himself, unlocking the door, going in the house, doing his chores, right? Taking a shower, all of that. That's not a child who ever elopes. Same thing with Seth. Same thing with Seth. Seth had to work a lot of nights. When that happened, he was by himself, right?
Okay, guys. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot to unpack in this clip because, again, we're going back to the time frame of what was happening on Sunday morning. It's alleged that there was cheer practice, and that's why Katie went to go pick up the niece from Dara's house, because the niece was at Dara's house and she needed to get to cheer practice. Dara lives next door or is neighbors with Chris's sister, allegedly. And so, again, we're just kind of, I guess, going to assume that this all transpired before BJ's, right? Because that would make the most sense. Mohawk Mom's point was a good one. She said Katie was driving too fast through the neighborhood to be searching for Sebastian. And if she was yelling his name, Sebastian wouldn't have been able to hear her as good with the windows up. And usually if you're trying to find someone, right, the windows would be down. You know, we talked about that too. Also, Justin brings up a good point. Sebastian didn't elope. Sebastian is not an eloper, right? Which means that Sebastian wouldn't have just taken off one day or ran away unless something maybe really, really bad happened. But I mean, again, I know we would probably have seen this on the surveillance cameras from the neighborhood. No doubt about my mind there, or no doubt about it in my mind there. The neighbor originally who said Sebastian was hiding under a car had the wrong person, but apparently Chris Proudfoot is latching on to this now and saying that Sebastian did elope before. And I find that to be very curious, especially because they're trying to still push the narrative that Sebastian walked off on his own, in my opinion. That is what they said at the year mark to the news when they interviewed. And I think that Justin brings up an excellent point here. He says that if Sebastian was, in fact, someone who did elope, then he wouldn't be able to be trusted enough to stay by himself after school, get off the bus, you know, fix himself something to eat, do his homework, do his chores, and then Katie gets home, right? But he was also entrusted to be at Seth's house while he was at work, and he didn't run away over there either. So, you know, again, I think it's just a lot of misinformation spread by the Proud Feet, and we've seen this from the very beginning. This is nothing new. You know, it's just now they're pretty much saying whatever to make us feel or think that Sebastian probably walked off on his own and, you know, rode into the sunset, which is complete BS, in my opinion. Detroit Rock City says that's what I was talking about. She picked her up from someplace else. Yeah, great, Detroit. Yeah, and it's just so confusing, right? I mean, and it doesn't need to be. You know, it's just like I put myself in the situation. Okay, we woke up, I made breakfast, we talked on the phone with our family. I went and picked up my niece from her friend's house, took her to cheer practice. Sebastian and I headed over to BJ's, had a colossal popcorn, da 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 da. It's not that hard, but for some reason, it's these stories that keep changing and adding details and adding like a whole person into the mix. Because I also heard that Katie had picked up her niece to bring her to BJ's to meet her mother at BJ's, and I believe she said that on Duchess. I'm gonna have to go look for that. I'm gonna have to go search that down. Lori says if Sebastian wanted to leave, he had plenty of time to leave in the daylight. Absolutely, Lori. And I think that he would have taken that opportunity when he was alone. Absolutely. Instead of, waiting until it's nighttime, not taking anything with him, not putting his shoes on, things like that. I mean, those are the things that are so unbelievable, especially when we know that Sebastian is a high functioning autistic kid who there were certain things that he really enjoyed, right? And he would want to keep those with him, like his Switch, his phone. He was used to having his phone because he was a latchkey kid, right? Because he was told by his father to keep the phone. If he needed anything, he would communicate on the phone with his father. He also would communicate with Katie, according to Seth. Hey, Scranton Strangler, good to see you. So it's just a bunch of lies, Lori. It's unbelievable. Thank you, Vic. Thank you so much. Okay, guys, let's watch this next clip we got here.
His primary areas are like social and emotional dysregulation issues and things like that. But he's very smart. He's functional. Overall, he's a pretty happy kid. I mean, he's a teenager. He's coming into his hormones. He's angry that he's growing a mustache. But for the most part, he's a happy kid. And
what are your theories? Like, I'm sure your mind just thought of every possible thing that could have happened, but is there any theory that you can talk about that you think?
What I can tell you is with all law enforcement, with everybody that's involved, there's nothing that's been eliminated. Everything is on the table. Everything is being looked at from every possible aspect.
Everything from he got out and walked away and was outside of the search radius before we started searching to the worst. And
that's currently where we're at. I mean, it's...
Yeah. Really trying not to go down that road because we're going to find him.
It's amazing they finish each other's sentences. No, Edgar, you were line 2. You were line 2. That according to some neighbors, that Sebastian would get in when he would get frustrated. He would get up in your face, if you will, like he gets overwhelmed, and I think KK, in my opinion, from what people have told me, that she was overwhelmed too because she was home alone a lot and she felt like she wasn't, she was like she wanted Edgar home. And I think that's why Edgar, so they asked him if you could change anything, Edgar, about any of this. He said, I probably would have stayed home more. I've never thought that was because of Sebastian necessarily. It was for KK. felt trapped, in my opinion. Well, I just think, some people, it just depends. Everyone's, different relationships, right? And some people in relationships, they need their spouse or their partner or whatever to be with them every single day. And some families, your husband or your wife, they're constantly gone, and you're fine with it. That things were allegedly, really stressful. And I think we have to look at, I think this is really important, and nobody talks about this in the Sebastian Rogers case. We need to look at the victimology here, right? What happened? And I think this is going to be a big key in this case, in my opinion. What happened the last, for instance, since Sebastian moved, since they all moved into the new house, right? What all happened? Because remember, they lived, 8 years together? They lived 8 years together. And, just like in the Summer Wells case, I feel like the family system broke, right? In all of our lives, in all of our relationships, in our family relationships, there's always different health, right? Of the family, of the relationships, of all of that, right? And sometimes things are better in the family or the house. Sometimes it's not. That's life. That's just life. It's for every single one of us. All of us. None are exempt. Don't try to pretend. That's life. But what changed since Sebastian started going to the new school and since the move happened? What happened?
Okay, guys. So, Justin, is talking about, really looking out and trying to figure out what happened, the victimology behind what happened to Sebastian, what could have caused some of the issues to get so bad that here we are, right? Basically. And so, I'd like to explore some of those too. You know, but first, social and emotional dysregulation issues, right, is how Katie describes Sebastian to Olivia. He's a happy kid, teenager. He's going through his hormones. He's angry that he's growing a mustache. And then Olivia asks about their theories, right? What do you think happened to Sebastian? And Chris pipes in and he says, all law enforcement, everybody involved, nothing has been eliminated. Everything's on the table. He also said that, let's see. Excuse me. He did not say this. This was Katie. Sorry, I forgot to write her name next to that. So Katie then says that they think that Sebastian could have gotten out of the search radius. She said he could have walked away and got out of the search radius. And she also talks about how she fears the worst, but she doesn't want to go down that road, right? That they don't like to think about that. And Katie also says that he could have also well, basically she's just saying that he could have walked away, right, and got out of that search radius, and she thinks that he did walk out of the search radius, and that they just haven't been able to find him. um you know, but she doesn't want to fear the worst. And then, you know, Justin brings up an interesting point that sometimes when Sebastian would get angry, he would get in people's faces, right? And I think a lot of that has to do with, you know, maybe the close talking, or, you know, getting into people's personal bubbles, right? Because maybe that's how he felt like he could, you know, express himself. And of course, you know, that's not something that can't be worked on. So, you know, to me, you know, whatever. Um, Katie was feeling overwhelmed, according to Justin, and that she wanted Chris to be home more. And he thinks this too, that Chris regrets not being home more for Katie, because he did mention that on Smiley Stories World, right? When asked, you know, if he had any regrets, or, you know, that sort of thing. Now, I do believe that in toxic relationships, we see codependency issues in one partner or the other, or sometimes an abusive childhood or abusive relationships can cause this kind of codependency, where, you know, you actually feel like you cannot, you know, live without the other person, right? Now, of course, if we love somebody, right, and they're our husband or our partner or the father of our children, you know, it's very, very difficult to live without that person, or to picture your life without that person. Of course, I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that there's a level of toxicity and codependency that comes into play, where, you know, you can't even stand on your own without that other person around. And to me, that's not healthy. That is not something that, people really should be practicing, because let's face it, we don't know when we're going to lose our partner. We don't know when our partner is going to lose us. So having those very strong codependency issues can really hurt people in the long run, you know, just like the control and the coercive control can, because, you know, before you know it, hey, Napa Nudge Father, before you know it, you know, you can't tell yourself from the other person, right? And that's like losing yourself in that other person. It's very unhealthy, very, very unhealthy. And people who like coercive control want to have that over you, right? They want you to feel like you can't do much of anything without them. It's just not right. And of course, it does add stress. Now, if you're in a relationship where you're living apart, I think that it's stressful no matter what, right? I mean, it just is. You're going to miss your partner. There's going to be times where you're going to need the person to be there and they're not. You know, it'd be a much more ideal situation if they were going to come home and, you know, you could, you know, give them a hug and, you know, fix some dinner, sit with them, eat with them, you know, all of the good things that you can't wait to do, you know, when you get off of work to come home to your family, right? But you know, when you don't have that, it can be very, very stressful. And even Katie was saying, you know, that they did talk more frequently because Chris would travel for work and he wasn't around. But that in and of itself can be, you know, very stressful on a relationship, because, you know, let's face it, at the end of a work week, sometimes there's probably times where Chris did just want to kind of like crash out at the camper for the weekend and then go back to work and not drive all the way back, you know, the 3.5 hours. Now, I don't fault him for that. I really don't, you know, and then same thing with Katie. She probably didn't feel like going and driving 3.5 hours to go meet up with Chris out in Memphis. But, you know, nevertheless, you know, those are the things that you do, the sacrifices that you make, especially if the money is there, right? Because that's always going to be a factor. In my opinion, you know, you're if you make more money for the family, if it's good for the family, then that's kind of, you know, again, a sacrifice that's made, you know, and both parties need to be okay with it again, or it does cause issues, right? If one person wants to be on the road and then the other person wants them to be home all the time, that's going to create friction and issues. Um, and then again, back to this victimology, I find that to be really interesting, and I think, you know, it should be discussed more, right? What happened after the move to Stafford Court is where Justin was wanting us to kind of focus in on. So that, what happened there, right? Because they lived with each other for 8 years before this, right? And I really enjoyed what Justin had to say too. Life is just life, right? And anybody that pretends that they have like this perfect marriage and this perfect everything, perfect family, we find out that more often times than not, those people are like, the craziest of them all. And let's just be honest, they want to portray this, perfect lifestyle when there's no such thing, and it's very fake and phony. And, please don't fall into that trap, guys, because it's just not true. Everyone has something. Relationships are hard. They are not perfect. They take work. They take more work than, especially nowadays, it's very difficult. It's rare to see people together for, 50 years. It's wonderful to see it, but that they put the work in, right? That it's not always perfect and it's not always great. But they love each other nevertheless. And then, when it comes to this new school, and we talked about this a little bit last night, and the move, there must have been some major stressors, right? Because we see within, even if we were to go back and look at like a 2-year, even 2.5-year time frame, right? To go back through what could have caused what happened to Sebastian to happen to him. We would want to look back and see when the CPS report started, right? What was going on previously before that? How were the dynamics in the family? We would also want to take a look at moving schools, because we do know that for children who are on the spectrum, or people who are on the spectrum, routine changes and different life changes can be very stressful for them, because it's a break in the routine that they're used to. And so I can only imagine that, going through the pandemic, even 4 years before that, it was very stressful for a lot of families. And I hear stories all the time of people that would struggle with that and that sort of thing. Hey, Lil Redo, sorry, hon, let me look. Did you read the things that... No, I haven't seen them. I did not look. I didn't. I will though on our next clip. Oh, it's because they kicked me off my internet. And they put me on the public one. It really stinks. But with that being said, I think it's interesting, because we also see the counseling sessions that kind of happen, and there's information coming in from Sebastian that was saying, things in the household weren't too hot, weren't going too hot for him. Particularly, it seems like there were a lot of issues with Chris, and Chris has also, confirmed some of this stuff. He, in my opinion, brags about it, but, he does talk about it. And so it's not like, some of this stuff is coming out of left field. We know that there were CPS involvement, there was the counseling. And again, if there's something going on in the family, counseling is a good thing. It shouldn't be taboo. People should not be embarrassed by it. It should actually be something that is looked at as very, very healthy, and that maybe everybody in the family could benefit from. If one person's suffering in the family, it can affect others in the family. Anybody who has had a loved one who had cancer, you understand kind of how it can affect everybody, not just the person who has the diagnosis. And autism is the same way. We've heard Seth talk about this before too, how it impacts everybody. It's not just the parents, it's not just the siblings, it's everybody, the family as a whole. So I think it's a very interesting time frame to kind of study and go over. So we might be doing a deep dive on that, to kind of look and and just kind of see what we can find out, even if it's older clips that what they've said in different lives and things like that, because that's where we find a lot of this stuff. Now, with that being said, there was, a song that was played for Sebastian at a certain point that was just absolutely wrong, in my opinion. And we're going to get into that a little bit here a little bit later. I didn't get a chance to download it, but I've played it several times. And I'll just kind of quote some of the things that Chris was saying. But it's important to preface some of these clips that I'm going to be showing with that, because I want everybody to remember that Mr. Chris exposed Sebastian to a song that, in my opinion, was very inappropriate. And nobody wants to talk about that, right? People are afraid of Mr. Chris. Maybe he might get, upset. He might start yelling. I don't care. He can yell as loud as he wants until his face turns red and he can't breathe anymore. I don't care. Because honestly, to show that to Sebastian and make him feel like that's cool, or like it's okay, and then turn around when he's being inappropriate, or it's alleged that he's being inappropriate, because I still don't know what I believe there. Either way, I think it would directly come from the inappropriate song by Chuck Berry, and you can look it up. It's called My Dingaling, and it talks about playing with your private parts. I mean, it's not okay to show that to a child, to someone who takes that very literally, probably, right? Or a child who has gone through SA, allegedly. In what way do you think that is a mature, fatherly thing to do? Because I'm here to tell you it's not. If Sebastian was a 21-year-old kid, I could see you playing that song for him. Maybe even 19. Hey, Lolo. Maybe even 19. But you're playing this for a 15-year-old or younger, because he didn't say when he played it for him. I'm just assuming and trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, which I can't believe I'm doing it, but I'll do it for you there, that you played it for him when he was 15 years old. But how the hell do I know whether you played it for him when he was 14 or when he was 15? How do I know that you didn't play it for him when he was 13? When did these issues start? Because there's a disgusting post on X that's alleging that, well, I'll let you guys see it.
Well, I don't know. I know that allegedly, there was, according to Seth, there's 5 CPS reports, right? There's 5 CPS reports. I think one of the biggest things is that Sebastian was getting older. Sebastian was changing, right? Puberty, when all of that happens to every one of us, when we're growing up, it is a big change for us, mentally, physically, emotionally. It's the transition from whenever we are a child growing into young adulthood, right? We're not adults yet, but we're going toward that. So what does that entail? That entails more aggression, hormones, right? More hormones. that can be more aggression. That can be more interest in things. You know what I mean? It can also be something that, for whatever reason, something may have concerned one of them in the household, one of the parents in the household. Although, regardless, I mean, I don't see, I don't see that happening, but at all. Because I know Faith and Sebastian, they were together, and I know that they were very, makes me want to cry, really, because they really cared for each other. Like, they adored one another. And I know Sebastian was very proud of having, a little sister, who came, and Faith was too. So, someone said the other day that I signed an NDA. Never in my life have I signed an NDA. Ever. Okay? Promise. Never signed an
This
NDA.
is so hilarious.
Oh, apparently, Soldier Girl, saying I signed an NDA. Yeah, right. The family and everyone around them, in my opinion, my gosh, signed their damn NDA. You can kiss my NDA. Whoever said that. This is the new excuse of why I cannot believe these people, of why they're saying Sebastian is wearing diapers. Want to know why, you ask? Sebastian was having a hard time at school keeping his hands out of his pants and possibly exposing himself to other children. The diapers were a deterrent, as was the belt. That's while at school, his pants were to remain up. Their kid. Oh, hold on 1 second.
Okay. Hey, Forrest. Good to see you. So let's back up a little bit. So again, Justin talks about the 5 CPS reports, Sebastian getting older and changing. In my opinion, I really don't think that it's fair to speculate on something, especially when we hear this post later, because of course it says possibly doing this or possibly doing that. And of course on the post, if you guys didn't notice, it said, is this, Chris, underneath as a reply, right? But I don't think it's fair, and I think it's really like disgusting and sick to speculate on what Sebastian was feeling in his private areas. I mean, again, I cannot believe that this is part of a discussion. And this part is okay to discuss, but it's not okay to discuss what happened to Sebastian and how he was victimized. But it's okay to discuss all day and blame him for everything. I mean, it's like worse than victim blaming to me. It's the worst victim blaming I've ever seen in my whole entire life. And like I said, I can't believe that this is part of a conversation. But nevertheless, I think we need to have it, because I think combating this type of behavior and really debunking it and talking about how, we all suffer through trauma. That doesn't mean that we're going to offend somebody or hurt somebody. I really don't like the hurt people, because I feel like that's an excuse to hurt others just because you were hurt. Don't get me wrong, that does happen. But it's just not something that I think is a good mantra for life. I think it's more like, don't hurt others the way you've been hurt, because you know how it feels. So why would you do it to someone else? Right? It's just, kind of an opposite take on things, but I'd rather handle it that way than to ever hurt somebody the way that I was hurt. That would be like me being like, well, I got into a relationship to hurt a man just as bad as he hurt me. That doesn't make any sense. And also, what a waste of a life, and what a waste of time. Sebastian, in my opinion, was always in trouble. So it didn't matter what he did, he was always blamed and in trouble, right? So no matter what, it was always Sebastian's fault, and I get, teenagers, all of us, and we've all been through it, right? We're all older people. So we understand, when for us ladies, we're like, when we first started noticing boys and we're like, oh, that boy at school is cute. And, I really like him. I want to hold his hand or whatever, it's very innocent. But when when somebody has had that stolen from them, it's a very different view. And it's not like Chris didn't know about this trauma. He was well aware of it. It happened under his roof. Sebastian was always in trouble, even for the things that he couldn't help. Faith and Sebastian adored each other. So Sebastian was proud to be a big brother, and Faith was proud to have her big brother, right? And then we're going to get into this shit. This excuse that Sebastian was wearing diapers, or they were making him wear those, or pull-ups, whatever. Either way, it's awful. And like I said, I would love to take Chris's underwear and make him wear diapers instead and see how he likes it. Let's see if he can make it through the day. And then make sure you wear your belt, Chris. They said that it was so that way, he would keep his pants up at school, and that Sebastian had problems, putting his hands in his pants and possibly exposing himself to others, which is a crock of shit, in my opinion. I think that, again, I think it's so wrong to speculate and say, oh, well, he possibly did this and allegedly did that, when you're talking about a 15-year-old who went missing. He's now 16 years old. He's still missing. And we're focused on what he was doing in his own personal self, right? How sick and twisted do you have to be? And then not only do we hear that shit, but the next thing we know, we have his stepfather going on live streams talking about sucking private parts of children. Talk about disgusting. And then he goes to another live, and not in this order, but I mean, it's just like left and right he's doing it, going on and SEX toys and all of this other nonsense, but it's all in Sebastian's name. And then Sebastian falls to the end of the feed, right? Because nobody wants to deal with the nonsense and the sick shit that's going on, besides the sick shit people who are perpetuating it. That's my opinion. I think it's disgusting, and I think X needs to take that post down, because how dare they? I mean, I couldn't even believe what I was seeing earlier when I saw this. I can't believe that somebody would feel good and be able to go to sleep at night knowing that they wrote that about a 15-year-old kid that went missing, right? And he's 16 now. But at the end of the day, I'm going to put it into perspective, and I don't like having to do this. But if Sebastian isn't with us anymore, then he's going to be always 15 years old. And you're going to post some bullshit like that about him? Think about it. And then you're going to call yourself an advocate? Because your feelings are hurt, or you feel ignored, or you don't feel like you're getting enough attention? It's ridiculous. But nobody wants to say anything about the song that Chris showed Sebastian. And we found out about that back in May of last year. And everybody's okay with it. Blame Sebastian. It's his fault. Maybe his stepdad showed him that song and he went to school and acted inappropriate. Did anybody ever think about that? Because that's the first thing I thought of when Chris said that shit on Queen Bee. You know? Yeah, Kiki, or I'm sorry, Kai Kai, the way CP talks about babies, it's beyond belief, right? Like, whoever thought he would ever say something like that? He just pops off with something crazy like that. You know, who says that? I pray this video was sent to Ellie, and I sent it to him. I sent them the Queen Bee, that clip. I sent it to Ellie. Whether they decide to do something with it or not, I think it's time to do something with it. Especially when this child has to be disparaged. Because I guarantee you that was some, freaking loser who's probably in their 60s, who doesn't have shit else to do besides cause trouble and talk about this poor kid. It's absolutely insane. And don't you dare call yourself an advocate, because that's not advocacy. Spreading misinformation left and right. Saying a subscriber is Tony Mathis. And just spread that misinformation around. Don't ever apologize. Don't ever come out and say it was wrong. Don't ever do that, because that would be too much, right? But heaven forbid anybody says anything about you. But it's okay to talk about Sebastian like this. And this is a kid that you want to sit up there and be like, it's all about him. It's all about him. Bullshit. If it was all about him, then you would be advocating for him and would not be allowing this stuff. But instead, you hop onto a panel to perpetuate this bullshit. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable, And I can't wrap my head around it. Like, I just couldn't believe what I was seeing today, because, like I said, I wanted to play the phone call with Heather Cohen and maybe do some comparisons and maybe talk about the fact that there were inconsistencies, right? It is a newer call that not a lot of people have heard. But instead, I'm sitting here thinking all day about how, oh my God, I have to get up here and try to talk about this bullshit. And what am I going to say? And will anybody even give a shit or listen? But I mean, just to put it in perspective for the asshole who wrote that, he could always be 15. So maybe think about that the next time you're going to try to blame him for anything, because he's missing out of his bedroom. Meg, I saw your comment earlier. He's not a fucking ninja. He didn't just poof disappear. He's not Houdini, Chris. He's a child that's out there missing. And you continue to treat us so stupid, like we should know what you know. So why don't you come out and let us know what you know? Same goes for Katie. And even more so for Katie, because honestly, if Chris was in Memphis, then Chris was in Memphis. So what happened, Katie? Why is Chris feeling regret over not being home enough, Katie? Did you snap? Did you decide to give Sebastian too much medicine? Allegedly, in my opinion, hypothetically, theorizing, hypothesizing. But honestly, it doesn't look very good. Especially when your husband is going panel to panel, being an absolute pig, threatening people, threatening their kids, And then you have a big band of losers that, follows suit. And yeah, I said it. You want to sit there and disparage Sebastian? You are a loser. Loser. Get a fucking life. All right, let's keep going. Oh, a total pervert, Lori. And what was said about Brittany J, I just can't even. Oh, and then also Justin. I did want to shout out to Justin. He says, kiss my NDA. And by the way, Justin says he didn't sign an NDA either. And, that's another bullshit lie that's being perpetuated by another YouTuber. I mean, it's kind of hard to believe that only one person signed an NDA. And all of these other people who are, coming out like, no. And also there's no packets, so there's that. But kiss my NDA and there's no packets. All right, here we go. I just knew that was going to be a real shit. Okay. There we go.
On the phone with me, guys, I have Seth R. Rogers. Hello, Seth.
Sorry, hold on. Let me. I was logging in to watch you. What are y'all discussing? That way, I'm not.
Well, someone on Twitter is now saying that the reason, to me, it sounds like a certain person, but allegedly Sebastian was having a hard time at school keeping his hands out of his pants and possibly exposing himself to other children. That's why the diapers were used as a deterrent, as was the belt, while he was at school, so his pants would remain up. Sounds like someone, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, it's been a while since I wore a diaper, but I believe those things would probably itch and make you feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, but they're saying that
it's
ridiculous.
And I'm pretty sure that somebody did want him wearing the belt while he's wearing, pull-ups or diapers or whatever it is that they were putting him in, so that people couldn't see it.
Right.
That way they wouldn't start to wonder what's going on. But that's just, again, you're talking to, the father of Sebastian, and I didn't have to have him in pull-ups or any of that sort of stuff.
Right. Exactly. Because
I don't have Twitter or X, so
I don't get on it either.
I was seeing that Julie was actually live, and unfortunately, you have to be subscribed to her for more than 2 weeks. So I sent her a text message, and then I tried to call her, and she's on the
Julie, Buckham and Feed and Beans, Julie?
Miss Goldman.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
I don't understand what her problem is with me choosing who I work with. If she doesn't remember that her first live, she said that she had pictures of my son. And when I went into that first live of hers, she didn't have pictures of my son. Using nasty tape in my mouth while I'm looking for my son.
Right.
It's nothing against her personally, but as a father looking for my child, when you throw your first live stating that you have pictures, new pictures, and you don't, I can't deal with that.
She said she had new pictures of Sebastian?
So, yeah, when her first live, I was there. I was there in chat. I subscribed and everything.
Oh.
But didn't have pictures of my son.
Oh, Kelsey said, yep, she was there.
And it was misleading to me, so I chose not to work with her. Now, is it the fact that I tried to take a professional stage when it comes to looking for my son, and I'm not trying to be like other things. But I'd like some type of ethical, moral compass with people that I work with.
Sure.
Whether you like the person I work with or not. You know, it's between me and the person I'm working.
Right. That's what I've always said. I said, you know, even when I didn't care for Tony, remember that? I said, you know, it's just not my decision. It's Seth's life. He's the one steering the ship.
You know, and I've already sent her a couple text messages. She chooses to ignore the text messages, and then she's ignoring the phone call when I called her. And I called her 3 times, and she was like, oh, it's somebody from Tennessee. I don't know the number. And it's like, well, she's telling me to find somebody to talk to her live in chat. Like, I don't know anybody that could go into her chat and talk to begin with. But I think it's kind of, you know, ridiculous that she's going to sit there and put my name in her mouth and say that I'm making bad decisions or that Tony is making bad decisions for me when she doesn't realize that I make the decisions for me.
Absolutely.
I'm a grown man.
Yes. And you were before you met Tony, and you will be if, you know, you never speak to Tony again, right? I'm just saying, you're a man. You're a father. You can make your own decisions. I think it's insulting, actually, for someone to say, you know, you shouldn't be around. You know.
Yeah, guys. So I think it's super disrespectful. It's so rude, right? Just because Seth didn't want to work with her, and I understand why he wouldn't have wanted to. Right? I mean, you know, let's be honest. But Seth calls in, right? And he talks about the post. He says that, you know, diapers or pull-ups are uncomfortable. And I agree with that 100%. You know, it's absolutely ridiculous. And Seth also thinks that the belt was due to the fact that they didn't want other people to see that they were making Sebastian wear the pull-ups or whatever. Seth didn't have him wearing the pull-ups at his house, and that has been known, you know, from a very early on, that there was a lot of talk about it, actually, very early on, and it was established that Seth said that the accidents weren't happening at his house, that there were certain things that he had in place at his house. I think a lot of it had to do with the stress level of Sebastian as well. You know, there may have been some accidents that have been happening. Either way, you know, in the grand scheme of things, I think we need to focus more on the abuse that Sebastian was enduring in the household and not what Sebastian was doing, right? So then Seth brings up that Julie was live, right? And she was playing games. We kind of talked about this the other night. You know, she was talking shit. She was playing games because she wouldn't answer the phone. Now, Justin was funny. But then Seth was very respectful, right? He called her Miss Skolnick, right? Or Skolnick. I always say it wrong. Sorry. And then, you know, he says that, you know, her first live had a lot of clickbait, and said that there were new pictures of Sebastian. So he went in there, you know, and subscribed to the channel, and he was excited about the live, but then he realized that, you know, it was misleading. And in my opinion, Julie lied and she used clickbait. And, you know, Seth said that rubbed him the wrong way, and he didn't want to work with her ever since then. Right. Because, and he has that choice. Seth makes his own choices. He makes his own decisions. And then also he said that Julie was attacking, you know, Tony. And, you know, that is Seth's support system. It wasn't just Tony. There were other people that she was attacking as well. And, you know, it's just amazing to me when I see someone who's like, you know, constantly crying and whining and upset that somebody might say something bad about her, but she's okay with doxing people. She's okay with going through people's family records. She's okay with being, you know, one of the most hateful people that I've seen in a while on YouTube. You know, I mean, it's kind of crazy to me. You know, um, it just is. Yeah, exactly, Meg. But that creator took it way too far with her assumptions, in my opinion, to suggest that a missing child was acting inappropriately just because she's pissed at the father, right? You know, and honestly, there's a lot of creators, right? There's a lot of people out there, so I think that it's smart to kind of be really selective. And the only reason I say that is because I've seen so much crap go on where people can't be trusted, right? And when you're in a situation like Seth is in, or Chris and Katie are in, even to be fair um, there are a lot of people that are going to take advantage of your vulnerable situation, right? There's always a shyster come along to take advantage of it, you know? And I'm not saying that Julie's a shyster. I'm just saying that if Seth decided that he didn't want to work with her, that is no reason to attack, and that is no reason to cry and say you feel left out, and you know, all of this nonsense, you know. Um, well, I wouldn't want her speaking about Sebastian, Meg. I wouldn't. Not if I was Seth. No. And you know, he didn't even say that. You know, he wants Sebastian to be found. That is his main goal. That is what he says every single time, and that's what he says all the time. Yeah, boo fucking who, Lori? I mean, really, really. It's like, you know, but heaven forbid you say one little thing, you know, and I'm sorry, but after listening to this, I was like, okay, you know, this is getting too wild. It's like way out of control. It's like, how are you attacking a father that's looking for his son, and then you're attacking his support system just because he doesn't want to work with you? And there's a good reason. That would bother me too. You know, there's a lot of things that have been happening, and I don't understand why it's okay to do that to Sebastian. I just don't understand why it's okay. What thought process or what world is that okay? You know? Um, Yeah, Forrest, I'm wondering about that, the drinking too. Yeah. You know, and it's one thing, but I know it happens on like the lives and stuff, you know. It's so disrespectful, so disrespectful. Yeah, and attacking his son is the worst possible way by making assumptions. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, because that's what it is, Meg. It's not even based on facts, right? It's not like, you know, Seth had said something to her on the show or something like that, or on her show, and she's simply reviewing it or something like that. No, she's making these assumptions up, and it's okay with her to spread these things around, and it's okay to put her advocacy hat on and pretend like she's doing some good when really she's not doing any good. It's not doing any good, and it's not going to help find Sebastian. Now, does it help us figure out maybe in the timeline, in the grand scheme of things? Yeah, probably. So if there were accidents, when did those accidents start? When did that regression happen? Because we know that that happens with severe trauma. It's either fear-based, or it can be SEX abuse-based, right? Where something had happened and somebody was SA'd, and that is causing that. Eh, But again, I really do think the root cause of that would be fear, right? Because they're afraid. Um, you know, maybe they had a nightmare and that happened in the middle of the night. But I mean, if it's happening at school and things like that, that can be a very strong indicator. And we know that Sebastian didn't get kicked out of school for any reason. You know, he was a joy to have. Yeah, Lori, so disrespectful. I mean, I just can't even believe it. I've not seen anything like that before, because most of the time, and a lot of the creators that I've ever followed have been people that wanted to speak with the parents and get information and help them out, and put the story out there. You don't see this very often, where there's just this like a hate, like a blind hatred and a jealousy, and people that want to make it all about themselves when it has nothing to do with them, you know? And I don't mean this in any type of a mean way, and I'll say it very nicely. But when you look at Spencer's condition and you look at Sebastian's condition, they are not comparable children, right? When we look at them as, you know, on the spectrum, right? There may be a lot of similarities there that I don't know about, right? But when we look, you know, and Julie will say it herself, Spencer is profoundly autistic. And just like Seth or Katie has said about Sebastian, he's high functioning, right? Katie says functional, but you know, whatever. Either way, high functioning. So it's not the same at all. So how she's comparing these two kids, and now Spencer had a birthday, he's 21. But still, you know, they're kids to us. I could have a 21. I do have a 21-year-old, but she's older than that. You know, but it's just not comparable. And then here she is trying to fit this, you know, round peg into a, you know, a square peg, and it's not working. A square hole, rather. You know, it's just not going to fit. It's just not. It's not comparable. But yet she wants us to believe that she knows everything about everything, and she's the main advocate for everybody. And then she turns around and does some underhanded shit like this. You know, and she's been wreaking havoc everywhere and spreading misinformation everywhere. This is not new. This is not something that's just like, oh, you know, I can't believe Julie would do something like this. No, it's like every other day you turn on her live and she's just, you know, talking nonsense and blaming people left and right. And you're like, what are you doing? You know, I don't know how she can sleep at night. I don't. I really don't. And I think we need to stand up against the things like that. You know, it's not okay. Just because you have a child with autism doesn't mean it's okay to sit there and talk about everybody else's kid with autism. It's not okay. And Napa Nat says, so tired of Julie and KK's getting a pass because they are women. And, you know, maybe that is it, you know? But after some of the things I heard, I mean, this isn't even the worst of the worst. You know, there was a whole interview on Granny, and we talked about it last night a little bit because Maman was upset about it, you know, and I understood why. And I can even understand why just seeing some of these posts. As a matter of fact, there's been comments that I've had to take off of my channel because they were disparaging Sebastian in these ways, in the same type of ways. Vic says the cops should arrest her for claiming to have child pee pics. Oh, I don't know about that, Vic. Oh my goodness, I didn't hear anything about that yet. Oh boy. Yeah, Meg says she's starting a disgusting fire across YouTube with her assumptions. She doesn't know Sebastian, so she shouldn't assume things about him, even more so with horrible things. Exactly. Or about private things. None of us would want that blasted all over the place if it was us. You know? That's private. It's very private and it's personal. I mean, come on. And he's a 16-year-old kid. I mean, she's got to see the error in that. She has to at some point. And if she doesn't, at least, you know, maybe she could watch this and realize it. I don't know. But to me, it's absolutely crazy. She would be beside herself if somebody said that about Spencer. And you know what? I would stand up for her. But what she's doing is wrong. Yes, Sebastian's teachers always spoke highly of him. Every single interview we have seen. The only people that have talked bad about Sebastian, in my opinion, have been Chris and Katie. And that's horrible. You know, and then there are little people that they get to talk bad, right? Because, I mean, Clue's done it. Granny's done it. I mean, there's just probably so many that I can't even count. And there's probably more that I don't even know about, you know? So, but screw them, because they don't, what do they know? But again, like Meg was saying, assumptions or speculating on private personal things is just not helpful. And it is hurtful. It's the opposite. It's not right. And, instead of going after the people that were not helping Sebastian with that situation, you're going to go after the father that didn't have that issue at his house. Again, make it make sense. Meg says, and if she's reading this, if Sebastian had done wrong in school, he wouldn't have been able to go back. He was still in school. Knock, knock on your head. Think about it. Right? Yeah, exactly. It's crazy. It's unreal. Vonna says, in my opinion, Julie is histrionic personality disorder, mental deviant. She obviously spends a lot of time thinking out rotten things to do and say. I think she is a horrible person. Vonna, I really thought that, she was trying to help others understand the autism spectrum. And I respect the hell out of anybody that does that. But the more and more that you watch the videos, you see that it's the Julie show. It's all about her. She's okay with, putting Spencer all over the place. Again, I don't agree with that. I think it's probably more dangerous than not. And again, I don't think it's fair for him to be shown like that when he doesn't know better. That is just my opinion, and it's not going to change. Do I like seeing, excuse me, like a joyful video? Of course, it was nice to see him on Easter, and that's cute and everything, but it's very dangerous. This platform is so dangerous that really nobody's kids should be on it. It's just super dangerous. There's too many weird people. There's too many predators, Meg says spreads misinformation, then cries because someone tells her, then spreads more, then cries. It's repetitive. Yeah, it's like that. That's the whole channel, and the whole Meryl Streep, the whole 9 yards. And I fell for it at first. I'm like, this poor lady, I feel bad for her. I was like, I was trying to be nice, but then when I see the rage that comes along with, all these tears, I'm like, wait a minute. I don't know if those tears are real. I think that's a good actress right there or something. You need to give Katie some acting lessons, Julie. Mama says every child is different, autistic or not. Thank you, Mama. That's exactly right. Seth came in and said that last night as well. We're all individuals. We're all different. You should be crying. I know, Forrest, exactly. Oh no, are you all right, Sammy? Oh goodness sakes, what'd you do? Burn a pizza or something? I've done that before. Next thing I know, I'm like, oh, what's smoking? Um, it's just damning to spread misinformation about a missing child. How dare she? Absolutely, Meg. And the thing is too, is just, to attack the child's father, on top of it. And then to go even further and say, oh, the guy that's helping you, oh, I'm going to tear his family up. Just wait. It's weird. It's like, what exactly is going on in the thought process in your head that it's okay to do that to somebody else, but you don't like it, when there's all these other things we could be talking about. It's crazy, Yeah, he's the victim. Exactly right. C-Star. Sebastian is the one, and I hate calling him that because, I think Sebastian is a strong, wonderful, thoughtful kid. I think he's super smart, like his parents say. I think that, he enjoys strategy, which is a different part, of the brain that you're using. And I think he's very good at it. There are so many positives about Sebastian. I hate calling him a victim, but in this instance, he's missing. He's out there somewhere. And, the last couple of years weren't so great for him, and I appreciate Justin bringing that up and, revisiting that because I think that's important to understand that, things weren't going too hot for Sebastian before he went missing. There's a lot of things that led up to this. And it's important that we keep that in our focus and not an attention WHORE. Okay? My opinion. I know, Vic, and my list has dwindled down significantly, Thanks, Lolo. It really has, because and hey, Lizzie, I I unsubscribed. I was like, I've had it already. I tried to at least be like, okay, well, I don't agree with some of this stuff, but whatever. Because I do agree for autism advocacy. I do agree for advocating for our kids. I agree that we should be proud of our kids. All of those things were aligned. But then we see this other side, and it's like, what are you trying to do? It makes absolutely no sense. And then you can't even apologize when you say something horrible about somebody or accuse them of something they didn't do. And then you turn around and do it to Sebastian. And it's like, I'm sorry, I can't even handle that anymore. You know what I mean? And no offense, Seth, I think I stayed subscribed to her a little bit too long, because I probably should have been subscribed when she did the crap to you and Tony, but I was like, well, she's still advocating for autism. She's still advocating for autism, and that sort of thing. So let me see where this goes. But then I see her doing this nonsense, and Mama tells me, I'm like, what in the world is happening? It's like the whole world is flipped upside down, and everybody's telling us that the bad is good, and good is bad. I can't handle that anymore. It's a total I can't do it, and just sit up here and be like, oh, it's okay. It's not. It's not okay. Couponing says, speaking of misinformation, who is Catherine Lynn Rosenbaum Payne Proudfoot? I've seen that name in a couple of chats. Oh, that's a long one. Catherine Lynn Rosenbaum Payne Proudfoot. Maybe that's Katie? Is her name Catherine? No. I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question. Meg says, I remembered what I was going to tell you. I was going to tell you that lady was about to have her very high Barbie heels on soon. Sammy. Oh, Meg, that's funny. Oh my goodness. I'll tell you what, I was in a lot of different emotional states earlier, just because, it's like you go from mad to it's sad, right? It's sad to know that Faith is without her big brother. It's sad to know that Sebastian's without his little sister. It's sad to know that they adored each other, but there's this narrative being pushed like Sebastian was some kind of weirdo. Oh, it just makes me so sick. It makes me sick. And that's not advocacy. That is anything but. Mama Davis says, well, it's that time. Good night. Good night. Thank you, Mama Davis, for being here. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you sleep well. Okay, guys, let's get into this next clip. What do I have here? Oh, we have quite a few more. Okay, just a few more.
I tried to put myself, because I honestly didn't care for Tony, but I also said, I don't care for him, but Seth made that decision, and if it's good enough for Seth, it's good enough for me. Now obviously I like Tony, right? But even back then.
Oh, you didn't want to tell Tony that you didn't like him. Okay. Okay, I won't call that then.
Wink, wink.
It's just trying to get people to understand that I will work with almost anybody, and I will accept help from almost anybody to find my son, because that's my only goal, is to find Sebastian.
Right.
Home.
Right. We don't have to agree on everything, you know what I mean? But if the goal is the same. Right.
Home.
Right.
Right? If you can agree with that goal, then you can agree with trying to bring Sebastian home.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And
I don't get why people want to cause more strife within the internet. make more people, not like this person or not like that person. If everybody could just put their little differences aside and realize that the goal of finding Sebastian and bringing him home is all that matters to me.
Mm-hmm. Right.
That's just me. There's hate channels out there. Their goal is obviously not to find Sebastian and bring him home. All right. So their goal is not the same as mine.
Right.
Pretty much cut and dry.
Sure. Lucy Lou, I've asked Seth whenever the meeting, the parent teacher conference meeting was with them, and he can't remember the date either.
No, I told you that I have to go back in and see when it was.
If you can do that, that would be amazing.
That means going down to Sumner County.
Well, that would be amazing, because that would get some dates in place.
So, as long as everybody understands, I know you understand. I know that Josh understands. I know that Betty understands. I know that, there's Lady Freedom. There's a lot of people that I work with.
Right.
But I'm the one that chooses to work with who I choose to work with.
Right. Jules understands sin.
Since Chad and I say hi to him, that normally means that I work with him.
Right.
And I just you're gonna dislike me because I choose not to work with you. Well, that's pretty petty.
Well, that's what people get in their feelings, and it's not really it shouldn't be about us. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be about us when it comes to this. It's about the goal.
It's about a missing child that needs to come home.
Right. Bingo.
Missing child that I don't know if he is alive or if he is deceased. And every day that goes on and I am not able to find him, locate him, bring him home is another day that his life could end.
Absolutely.
And sometimes I feel that nobody understands that that's what's going through my mind every day.
24/7, 365, literally. Yeah.
He'd be alive tomorrow for me to find him. And every day I still have that feeling to find my son.
Well,
because I can't find him. And the opposition that I am getting from somebody else's, family,
right,
just makes, it's worse.
Yeah. Well, in my opinion, just the recent things, it's all insane. It's like things just need to calm down on all sides.
It's insane because now Julie's threatening to put information out about Tony and his whole family because I chose not to work with him. What kind of petty, childish stuff is this? Middle school, high school, but now we're getting into grade school level, performance here.
I really want to believe that Julie would not do something like that. I really want to believe that. And, I think she might be in a moment right now or something. So
That is so nice of Justin. I'm just going to play this through, but that was so nice of him to kind of defuse the situation and say, I don't think Julie's really planning on doing what she says she's going to do. I think she's just, in a moment right now. But let's just watch this next clip, guys.
let's just hope that, you know,
but Kat, that before I even called her, I had already sent her text messages. I told her that, hey, it's a set. I'm trying to get a hold of you. I was trying to call her from Tony's phone, and then she wanted to go ballistic on that one. So then I had to pull out my phone and actually try to call her from there. And that's when she was like, person from Tennessee is calling. And I'd already sent her a text message from my phone telling her that it was me and that I can't, if she wants to talk to me and wants me to wait for 2 weeks to be able to speak in her chat, that's fine. It won't happen. Because I'm not going to say subscribe to a channel that I don't want to listen to.
Yeah.
For 2 weeks.
Yeah.
2 weeks is a lot of time that I'll be looking for my son.
Yeah.
And it's funny because, it's a YouTuber that put me in contact with Tony Mathis to begin with.
Yeah, it was. Yes, you're right.
Like Tony reached out to me. Another YouTuber is the one that connected both me and Tony together. And we had a conversation. Several conversations. And Tony at the very beginning was like, hey, it's the whole family or I ain't doing it. And when he found out that me and Mr. Egger and KK weren't working together, Tony didn't want to do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He was like, this is going to be too much. And, I can agree with it.
He was right on that.
But I begged him. I called him multiple times, sent him an email, 2 or 3. And please assist me. I just want to find my son.
Yeah. I remember the first live Tony and you guys did. Remember that? Yeah. Yeah. So there's that.
And it's funny because a lot of people forget that I can't even tell people who my guests are going to be when I do a live show. Because my first guest was supposed to be, Joe Petito.
Right.
But he got phone calls and threats towards his, non-profit entity because he was actually going to speak with me. I needed information. And because of the attacks and assaults on him, it's one less person that I have as a resource to help find my son. And that's the whole point of these hate channels. The whole point of the opposite side. They don't seem to want Sebastian found. Why is that?
Well, it's, in my opinion, it's not about what it's, finding about what happened or even talking about not even talking about the case so much. It's about everything but that.
Yeah. My son comes,
Brenda, where do you get that? Where do you get that? Did anyone say that here? Did anyone say Tony stopped working with Seth?
Oh, Tony's still working with me.
Of course he is. I know.
But, I mean...
She's talking about someone, about another YouTuber. Rewind. So, I don't care.
If you really want to know if Tony's working or not, say hi to him. Hey, Justin.
Hey, Tony. Well, there you have it, folks. So.
I mean, come on, give me a break.
Okay.
I mean, you think that we're not, putting our minds together, trying to figure out the next thing to do, going over things.
Right.
You know, I see some really good questions in your chat, and I really wish I could answer them.
You're fine, Brenda.
But some of these questions, I don't have answers for. Like, I don't know why law enforcement doesn't stop the threats that are going on. I don't understand why a person can go on a panel and absolutely threaten somebody, multiple people, at different points in time, and they just let this criminal-minded, yoo-hoo do whatever he wants to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, Vic. I agree. It's all about the money, and the breaking news C-Star. Yeah. How does that make you feel good? When you find that out, how does that, translate to you getting up there and even speaking on it? It's disgusting. So Seth talks about causing strife online, right? He says that he would really like it if people would put their differences aside and focus on the goal, which is finding Sebastian. He said the hate channels, they don't have the same goal as he does. And he said it's pretty cut and dry, right? And so I would say, Julie, cut the shit, because he just wants people to understand, and he needs people to understand that you can't be big mad because he's not working with you. You really got to get over it and stop with the attacks. It's not about other creators, Justin says. It's about Sebastian being found. And, my heart goes out to Seth, because Seth said, that it's all about finding his son, no matter the outcome. But he can't find him, and that's the problem, right? And I mean, it seems like so easy when I say it back out loud, right? But what he's dealing with every single day is knowing that his son is out there somewhere. He needs to find him, but he is also thinking about if he's still with us. That's got to be torture, right? That's the worst. And then to have, all of this opposition, right? All of these people out there causing these petty, well, I don't even know that some of them are causing it, but they're being very petty and childish with their actions, right? I just hope that, Julie finds her sense, because she's acting like she has no sense. So Seth goes on to say that Julie had her chat set for 2 weeks. I didn't know you could set it for that long, but I guess you put it in subscriber mode and they have to be subscribed for 2 weeks. But, he goes on to say a YouTuber connected Seth and Tony. And I do remember the live that they did, and that Seth had several conversations with Tony, and Tony was of the opinion to begin with that if it wasn't the whole family that he was going to be working with, that he really didn't want to, help out with Sebastian's case. Tony thought it would be too much, and Seth begged him to help. He said that he emailed him to please help him find his son. And honestly, I don't know how Tony could have said no to that, and I'm glad that he didn't say no. I'm glad that he said yes to that. And I feel absolutely horrible for him that he has had to endure the attacks just because he stepped up and said, you know what, I will help you. From a father who was desperate to have someone help him and begging for help to find his son, and he stepped up. Again, I don't know how you feel good about attacking a man that does that. In my opinion, that's an admirable act, and what you're doing is petty and childish. Seth goes on to talk about the first guest that he was supposed to have on his show, which was Joe Petito. But Joe Petito was inundated with phone calls. He was being threatened and harassed on the phone not to help Seth or people would go after the Gabby Petito Foundation. Absolutely insane. Seth says, you know, he doesn't know why law enforcement doesn't stop the threats, and how he is very curious to know why they've let Chris make the threats that he's made. And I have to agree with that. You know, there's no reason for any of that. You know, and I can't believe law enforcement could hear this. So some of the things that were said were so god awful and so threatening and so scary and very direct and very even to the point of XCS harassment, right? And it's just all okay. It's unbelievable. Another thing that is absolutely horrible is that the hate channels like to take Seth's resources, like Mr. Petito. Like I said, we've named off a bunch of them that have successfully run off people who wanted to help, but that didn't want to get involved in the mess that comes along with it. And when there's a child missing, it's the most horrible thing, right? I mean, it's awful. I can't believe people are okay with it. Seth says, why don't they want him to be found? And I think that's a really good question. And I don't know why, but I think that many of us see that there are certain people out there that don't want Sebastian to be found. Quite the contrary, you know, it's all about everything else but finding him, is what Justin said. And I have to agree, you know, and Seth, something that really stuck out to me, Seth said, my son comes in last place. Sebastian comes in last place. How is that right? How does Sebastian deserve to come in last place? How does everything else take precedence over finding Sebastian? I don't understand. I don't understand it at all. And I see a lot of comments in here, guys. I'm so sorry for anybody who's lost a child. And I, you know, my heart goes out to you all. I mean, I just can't even fathom it. I really can't. Yeah, and our friend Tony comes in here and he was blamed and she never said sorry. You know, I think that's awful. We even have subscribers and members and, you know, community, or members of our true crime community who are being attacked by creators. What's up with that? You know? Or who are willing to attack. Let's just be honest. Like it's really out of control, you know? Forrest, I agree. I think Sebastian has a lot more to tell that they don't want revealed. I agree with that 100%. You know, trying to silence Sebastian, trying to you know, make him feel bad for talking or speaking out. You know, with that video I showed last night, you know, of, oh, they wouldn't be crying at that, you know, as a 16-year-old if you would have, you know, given them a spanking or whatever. It's awful, you know? Well, Detroit, she just was being awful to Seth because Seth didn't want to work with her because she had used some clickbait in the beginning, kind of rubbed him the wrong way, he said, and he just decided that it was misleading and he didn't want to work with her. So I guess since then, Julie felt left out, you know, and that's okay. Everybody's allowed to feel the way that they feel. It's just like the petty actions that she's been taking, and then also disparaging Sebastian on Granny's Watching. And, you know, I don't have those clips. I don't even know if I want to show them, but Justin showed a post on X that was basically summing up what they're trying to perpetuate yet again, that Sebastian, you know, was inappropriate. But I believe it was directly involving, you know, the things that he was being exposed to. But I have these two other clips, guys. I'm just going to play this next one for us.
That makes me feel worried for everybody that lives around him, because he's a loose cannon. You know, Lord help you if you just happen to be driving by his house because you live in the neighborhood. You know, he'll go after your kids. We've already heard that one. You know.
Hey, Lolly.
No sorry from his father.
Yeah, Bobby was terrified.
Pretty sure she still is.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people in the neighborhood. They just want Sebastian. They just want this over with like everybody else.
Well, I want this over with, but I want this over with Sebastian being found healthy and coming home.
Yeah. You know, just, you know, I've always heard that people saying not knowing, just not knowing, you know what I mean? Obviously you want best case scenario, right? Obviously. But,
You know, not knowing, the only thing I can say about it is that you have hope and you have faith that the best possible outcome will happen. But way back in the back of your mind, that doubt that likes to creep in,
right.
you just got to use hope and faith to keep that doubt out. Sometimes it gets hard. It's a never ending.
I can't imagine.
Which is, I admit, I was probably triggered the other day when I came on. I just can't stand the fact that this person is threatening women, has put his hands on women, and threatens and puts his hands on children. I mean, we used to live in a society where if a man did that, another man will come along and put him in his place.
Right.
You know, he couldn't run and hide behind laws or hide behind the police, because the police were supposed to be the ones that actually sat there and did it.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, and it just seems that nowadays it's not that.
Yeah.
It seems like we have a bunch of, you know, people that's more worried about money than a child's safety or, you know, finding him and bringing him home.
Yeah. Well, you know, I hope it gets better. I really do. It's a bizarre one. It's a bizarre, very bizarre.
I don't know if protests would work or not. I mean,
I don't.
who are you going to protest to?
Yeah, I think you should.
Like, I mean, I look at a protest as in you being mad that the local, you know, bread mart where you get your fresh bread every day, you walk in and they're like, hey, my oven broke last night. It's not going to be fixed for 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's because you can't have fresh bread.
Right.
You know? Something inside broken, so it's not working effectively. Protesting doesn't help.
Yeah. Yeah, I think hopefully, you can continue working with law enforcement and hopefully something will break soon. Just got to keep the faith, brother.
Like every day,
I know.
we're getting more billboards out there. We're getting more and more tips because we're getting its face to more and more places.
Yeah.
More and more people seeing it. Someone's going to be the person that calls in that opens this fight open.
Have you noticed So the tips have went up since the billboards?
Yeah.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. So you're getting more up?
Getting more tips, but at the same point...
I mean, you're getting more billboards up as well?
Yes.
Good. Good.
Okay, guys. So, a silver lining there. There's more billboards up. Since they put the billboards up, more tips have come in, and that's just naturally going to happen, which is great. Giving the proper, exposure to Sebastian's case. So Seth was talking about how he's worried that Chris is a loose cannon. Chris doesn't like people in his neighborhood, and Chris keeps going after people's kids. Bobby is still terrified. The not knowing. Seth talks about the not knowing. He said that he has to have hope and faith in the best possible outcome. But when the doubt creeps in, it's hard, Seth said. Seth also is mad at Chris for threatening women and children, putting his hands on women and children. And Seth says something that I thought was very profound and something that I really agree with and I respect a whole lot, right? Because what Seth says here is that it used to be where a man would act the way that Chris Proudfoot is, but then there would be another man who would come and put Chris in his place for the way that he was acting. But we don't see that anymore. Chris said there used to be police officers that would be happy to assist in a situation like that. However, we see people now hiding behind laws, acting like they're the victim, flipping the script and acting like the victim when it's plain to see who is the aggressor and who is not, in my opinion. And I agree with what Seth said. I really think that there needs to be more men sticking up for the right thing, right? And saying, hey, we don't put our hands on women. We don't put our hands on kids. It's wrong, right? But unfortunately, we don't see that. It's just too bad. Again, something disturbing that Seth had said about no one is worried. Excuse me, let me rephrase that. Another disturbing thing that Seth had said is that many people are more worried about money than Sebastian's safety. More people are worried about money than Sebastian's safety. I would have to agree. There, and then Seth goes into, he's not sure if protests would work or not, but he says that, he's trying to keep the faith, that the more billboards that are put up, the more tips that are coming in. And he says that more billboards are going to be put up. And, he was in our chat last night and he shared that there were 8 billboards just around the Nashville area, which I was like, that is so great, right? Because those are some positive things that we can do that would make us feel better about what is going on. And like, we're being proactive in finding Sebastian and worrying about what he needs and his safety and finding him. And that's the only thing that Seth wants. And he's always said that, right? C. Taylor says, and not only say it, but live it. Words mean nothing if not mirrored with actions. That is so true, C. Taylor. I can't agree more with that. And it just comes down to, practicing what you preach, right? Just if you're going to say you're going to do the right thing, just do the right thing. Mama says, exactly. My husband taught that to our son and now tells our grandsons. Yeah, because if the other guys are like condoning it, then it just makes it worse, right? And we see that all the time, just like when we saw with Chris Proudfoot acting like that and saying all those piggish things. And then we have another man, Cletus, who turns around, arguably, that turns around and says the same damn thing, right? And acts like a total pig to a woman and threatens her and her kids, and says the most horrible things, right? It's just unbelievable. Where are the guys that stand up against it, right? I know Josh is one of them from the lab. I know that for a fact because he's a good guy, right? He sticks up for that kind of shit. He's not going to stand for it. He's not putting up with it. He will say it on his show and be like, hey, what are you doing? That's not right. We need people to do that. Hey, Tony Fire, good to see you. Misty, good to see you too. Thank you for coming in. The biggest problem is CP has a taste to put his hands on children, in my opinion. Yeah, Misty Blue, thank you for your comment. I agree with that. He can't help it. He's not going to change. He doesn't want to change. They've already tried to do the anger management. That's not helping. Good luck trying to get him into counseling, and things like that. Yeah, he is a pig, CC. Totally. Totally. And instead of standing up and being like, whoa, Chris, I understand you had your time, you're upset, blah, blah, blah. But just to allow that and then to continue to perpetuate it and being okay with it, never standing up and saying, hey, this isn't right. Or even how about putting it in the women's court? If we're going to put it in the men's court, we need to put the ball in the women's court and say, letting your husband disrespect, or your significant other, whichever your partner, to disrespect someone of the opposite sex is the wrong thing to do. It just is. You don't treat a woman that way. I don't care if you're married to her or you're not. That doesn't mean you get to put hands on her either way, and it's just about having a level of respect. You don't do that to another woman. You don't talk to a woman that way. Like, that should be embarrassing for the woman. It just shouldn't happen. It's like, let the woman go off on the woman if you're going to do that. I mean, at the very least, a level playing field, please. But, we don't see that. We see these men getting in these women's faces like it's okay. I mean, have we gone back years and years and years here? Because, I mean, I thought it was 2025, Tony Fire says, have a good day, couponing. Thank you for being here. Mama says, right. Tony Fire says, CP is a mommy's boy and he can only hit women and children. He's scared of men. Right. And he's yelling at his own mother, talking about, well, she'd slap me, blah, blah, blah. Well, you were yelling at her in front of the police station, causing a ruckus outside of the police station, Thank you, Forrest. Forrest says, that's right. You don't treat ladies that way. Keep your hands to yourself. Thank you, Forrest. Yeah. I mean, and I appreciate you standing up because, I mean, it's unbelievable. And I don't think it's a very old-fashioned view because, when we are little, we're pretty much even, right? But then once we get older and we go through our change, right? It's like no contest. That's why we don't see women and men fighting each other, like boxing, and there's different weight divisions because you want to make it an even playing field. So how come it's any different on here? How come it's okay for a man to disrespect a woman like that and be okay with it? It's just, and nobody should be disrespecting anybody really, but I mean, it's going to happen. I get it. It's heated emotions. It's a very, tumultuous case, right? Where battle lines are clearly drawn, oh, Mama, I'm so sorry. My goodness. Tony Fire says I'm strong. Yeah, and I appreciate you too, Tony Fire. All of our guys that come in here, and talk. I know you guys don't have anything to do with that or think that it's okay, but it's just like so many out there that think it is okay. And I saw that in the Gabby Petito case myself, where I would say something about Gabby being a victim and somebody would come along and troll me and be like, oh, Brian's the one that needed justice. Oh, bull crap. Please spare me. I mean, it's just absolutely crazy, Yeah, and don't put your hands on kids. Exactly, Forrest. Neither do you put your hands on a child. I don't believe in that either. There are many forms of discipline. Absolutely. And it's way more effective, and it's conveying the message that you want, right? That you're trying to make them learn a lesson. It's not about being in trouble. It's about learning. It should never be about being in trouble. But that's what they always were talk about with Sebastian. Well, he wasn't even in trouble this time, or we haven't even been fighting, or there was a lot of turmoil in the household, and it's undeniable, even in those little statements, right? Because even those little statements are key indicators of what could have been happening in the house, because they kind of just spill out a little bit, before they're caught. So, um, Meg's Meg, she says, I'm that woman whose man wouldn't have a chance to defend me. That's funny. Meg, we always have exceptions to the rule. But, it's just kind of, I thought that was so, kind of poignant of Seth to say that, because I feel like that too sometimes. I'm like, what is going on that, nobody, not even like, you'll see the chats and they'll just be going on, and it's like nobody's standing up and being like, hey Chris, that's not very nice to speak to a woman that way, and I mean, I know it wouldn't be well received, but I don't know. It's just, and I'm not one to go in other people's chats, and really be oppositional either, but in the same way, it's odd to see nobody's like a little awkward about it. It's just like either all or nothing, like it's okay to, do this to a woman, or it's not, we don't have any kind of in the middle people, or I don't know. I just thought it was interesting, to hear that, because, we see other guys that would step in if they saw a woman being hurt, or kids, but it's getting few and far between, and it just makes me worry about where society is headed, or where the mindset of society is collectively when you see that kind of behavior being accepted. And Tony says, you can see this case is taking a toll on CP and KP. Their faces tell it all. I think so too, Tony. And I think that they're worried. I think those billboards worry them. I think that, especially like, when they see probably this one, removing this does nothing but make me vanish twice, right? Or this one, the sign scares them, and it should. And it's Sebastian looking right at them, here's looking at you, kid. Ball's in your court. Sammy says, I can only imagine what people in other countries think of us American YouTubists. I can only imagine too, and it's like, oh my gosh. And then just representing Sebastian that way, it's like, oh, it drives me bonkers, and Seth is like, why can't we all just, have that same goal of wanting Sebastian's safety at the forefront, making sure he's found. Mama says, I agree. Cece says, I never could spank my own grandchildren or stepkids. It never felt like my place. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't teach anything. What was it on Little Women? They said, the mom, she said, the only lesson that the kids will learn is to hit and humiliate. If you hit and humiliate them, that's what they're learning. They're not learning anything else, and they're not learning to control themselves. And they learn that that's what love is. That's what's really scary. So thanks, Cece. Right, exactly. What mother allows a man to discipline their own blood? I agree, Forrest. I mean, there's a lot to be said about Katie too, and her role in not protecting Sebastian, and I understand that it's hard, and I know there's a lot of factors, and sometimes it's difficult in a family dynamic, but again, here we are. Yeah, see, yes, I agree too, C-Star. I think there are so many good men, they just don't get as much attention as the bad ones. That is really, really a good point. and then also sometimes, the good people aren't in those chats to stand up against it. So yeah, that is such a great point. I'm sure we look like an atrocity, Meg. And stop calling Sebastian your son. He's not, and you never will be. Somebody said they would like to see a billboard that says Sebastian is Seth's son, and I think that would be a good one, Yeah, Lori says, I've never spanked my kids or my grandgirls. And, if people did, and, I'm not saying that's the most horrible thing, but I just don't think that it's effective, and I think it's like an older way of thinking. It used to be socially acceptable. Um, oh, it was bad, Detroit. I couldn't even believe it, Other men don't step in because of guns. Well, and I think a lot of times too, I think narcissists can be really scary people. And I think a lot of times people are afraid to stand up to them. They can be intimidating. They usually think that if the louder they yell, the, more they're being heard. And so they can be very aggressive. And, I think a lot of that has to do with it. They don't want to be on the receiving end of it. And so they go along with the bullshit, and it's sad. We do have to break the cycle, Mama. We do. Yeah. And like I said, that's the way most of us grew up, and a lot of us, and that doesn't make our parents horrible people. It just means that they didn't know, but when you know better, you can do better. And you can be like, okay, well, that's not what I'm going to do here. I'm going to try to break the cycle, like you said, or, even to the point where, hey, I'm going to make sure that if I do use spanking as a discipline, I don't do it when I'm angry, and I don't do it to hurt the child. I mean, it's like, but I think there's just so many better ways of doing it. um Misty Blue says CP wouldn't be worthy of being a father to an alligator. That made me picture like Captain Hook and him like getting eaten by the alligator. Yeah, they don't seek attention. That's true, Tony. That is so true. Yeah. Lori says, I met my hubby when my son was 2. He was the best dad to my son. Oh, then we had our daughter. I got lucky. Yeah, absolutely, Lori. And it's about, caring, having a caring parent, somebody showing love, like tough love isn't always the best concept. Now, teenagers are difficult. They do rebel. They are going to talk back. They're going to do all kinds of stuff. But, in the grand scheme of things, it's not that long. It's kind of like the terrible twos or whatever. It's just kind of like a phase or whatever. But the more that you create chaos and crap and distrust, I mean, that's not going to help anything. And Vic says, my son on the phone talking to his girlfriend. I said, can you call her back? I need to make a phone call. Waiting. Okay, got the scissors, cut the phone line. Cost me $30 to buy a new one. See, teenagers, Vic. That is so true. That is so true. Aw, everyone thought it was his bio dad. No kidding. And see, that's what every kid deserves. If you're going to get involved with somebody who has kids, you need to love their kids. You can't fake that. I mean, gosh. That's right, Mama. And then we hope our children do even better. Exactly. Oh gosh, that's my biggest hope in life, is always has been. It's just part of it. It's just, you want them to do better. You want them to have better. Um, you know, you want them to be the best version of themselves that they can be. And then also with your grandkids and stuff. Yeah, that is so true. I agree. That's right, Forrest. It does hitting teaches kids to hit, and it's not right. Yeah. Yeah, and you can't just haul off and smack people when you don't like what they're doing, you know? Yeah, Vic says never had to hit my kids. And, talking it out and being able to speak, clearly with them and understand expectations and things like that. I mean, I think sometimes the most horrible thing you could say to somebody is that you disappointed me. I don't like to hear that. And sometimes even those words can be, like daggers, right? But kids understand that. It's like, I'm disappointed right now and I need you to change that behavior, or don't do that again, but just smacking them isn't going to help anything. That's terrible. If anything, it's going to make them not trust you. And Detroit says, I have 3 sons before my daughter, and they were afraid of my flip-flop. They could be on the hook sometimes. They were always grounded for life. That's so funny. And grounding works. You know what I mean? Grounding does work. Aw, Lori says 39 years. Aw, Lori, that's amazing. See? Yeah. And I mean, and it takes work and it takes love and it takes, sacrifice, so many things, Nothing's ever going to be perfect, but, we could try. Um, but in this case now, it seems like they didn't even try. And people aren't really trying to look past much of it. Tony says when they come out first, CP could not wait to tell us about autism and that the boy wore pull-ups and his problem as if we would not search for him. I know, surprise Sebastian is a normal boy. Exactly, Tony, and I hate that too, that they were disparaging him to make us deliberately to make us not look for him. That's the way it seems to me, and allegedly, in my opinion, too. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. Sammy says, my first thought, unless you're American, you think everything is about you. Oh my goodness, Sammy. But I'm sure you're right. With the internet, people become much closer in reach, I suppose. Yeah, absolutely. Yours, mine, and ours. Yeah. I should be able to slap someone if I want. Meg, that's so funny. Well, and I mean, we all want to from time to time, but it's not good, Forrest says, I heard Seth say you have to let them know when they do good. Right, exactly. I agree. You have to praise them when they do good. Yeah, because nobody is going to do good if they always think they're bad, never allowing them to ever get praise is horrible. That's exactly right. That's exactly right for us, because it doesn't motivate, right? If you always think everything is, and you're dogging somebody all the time, nothing they ever do is good enough, nothing they ever do is right. Yeah, it's like, that's, I think, some of the psychological BS that comes along with that is basically people going out into the world and never doing right or good because they think that they're not worthy of right or good, because they were always told you're bad, you're bad, you're bad. Hearing that Sebastian would think of himself in a negative light that way, or speak negative self-talk to himself or out loud to others, that breaks my heart, because it's simply not true. That's all just Chris's projections onto Sebastian, in my opinion. C. Taylor says hands are meant for security, love, comfort, protection, in my opinion. If we use them instead of punishment, what message is that? That is so true, C. Taylor, and that is so smart. And that's it for a parent, because our hands are the security, the love, the comfort, the protection of our kids. And if we're using those hands to hurt our kids, then we're not sending a good message at all. We're just not, it'll get us farther actually doing exactly what you said. We just need to be mindful. And also, these kids, even at 15 years old, as a teenager, their brains are still developing, right? I mean, to go through that and to feel bad all the time, it's putting negativity into their brains that they're going to carry with them forever. Those words that they're hearing over and over: you're not good enough, you're bad. Yeah, Lori, Sebastian was always in trouble because CP wanted him in trouble. He couldn't do anything right, it seems like. Okay, guys, I have one more clip for you. Oh, here we go.
So,
we just got to see the 8 channels have their little ants that do their dirty bidding and give them all their money. That's cool. We have to still weed out the false tips that they call in.
Oh, really?
Oh, of course, we've been doing that since, they started the tip on.
Oh, wow. Hmm.
There's a lot more work that goes on behind the scenes than a lot of people realize. The point of going down every rabbit hole to clear every tip means to make sure that it's an actual valid tip and not just a fake tip. Because they come in,
Of course.
I've had to drive a few hundred miles on fake tips on more than one occasion, and it's definitely a waste of my time. But that's what they want. They want to waste my time because they, and I say they know that I'm looking for my son and I can't leave any sleep on time.
Right.
So, anyways, I did not mean to hijack your show.
No, you're fine.
I call in, Holly S. I know that you were over there in there. I know that she's still running her mouth about stuff that she has no idea what's going on. Yes, I'm still in communication with Sumner County.
Is that a subscriber?
Tasha. Picture of a cat. Yeah.
I have no idea. Sorry.
I see you, Ollie.
I'm really bad with. I've got the memory of a goldfish. Literally.
Well, no, let's hope that you have more than, a memory of a goldfish. Because goldfish can't even find their way home.
I know. Their memory deletes every, 4 seconds or something. Yeah.
I wouldn't.
Well, people are giving you encouraging words and saying they're praying for you and Seth and you and Sebastian, rather, and all that. So
I appreciate all the prayers. Definitely have to have the prayer warriors out here praying for Sebastian to keep him safe until we can find him.
Right.
Or, find him.
Yeah, I know, brother.
I can't move on like other people.
No. Yeah, Bobby.
They're having the great of their life, and then they want to get mad and triggered because billboards are up. Get used to it. Get used to it. You're supposed to be his mom, but you were supposed to be his stepfather, and, they're not acting as such.
Yeah, we was going over this new phone call that a source gave me, and it's way different. Way different.
Yeah, can you actually, I need to talk to you.
Yeah, I got
off
you.
the air.
Okay. Okay.
We can't let anybody in chat know why we got to talk with.
Okay, I got you.
I mean, I've already heard the call. I heard.
Right, I played it. Yeah, last night and stuff. So
happened.
yeah.
So,
okay.
But like I said, I didn't mean to hijack the show.
No, you're fine, bud. You're fine.
Y'all have a wonderful evening. Enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. You too, Seth. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I'm telling you. I think the world needs a drink. I can tell you 100% he was not supposed to be. Thank you for that, Soldier Girl. Yes. He was not supposed to be interviewed for anything custody related. Now, could it end up, the CPS cases, or could that have ended up affecting it? Perhaps.
Okay, so I do think that the CPS reports could have played a role or affected the custody with Faith, but Justin says that 100% to his knowledge that Sebastian was not a witness for the family court or custody case with Faith. And because we've kind of heard back and forth about that, so he kind of clarifies that. Seth goes on to talk about the hate channels and how they have their aunts that do their dirty deeds. I couldn't agree more. We've all kind of seen them out doing things that they probably shouldn't be doing in the name of the creators that they're trying to impress and the community that they would want to be a part of. That's just my opinion. Seth talks about how he's had to weed out a lot of false tips since the tip line was established by Dog the Bounty Hunter. I don't know if that is surprising or just disappointing, maybe a little bit of both, but he says that he's had to clear every tip, valid versus fake tips, that he's driven a few hundred miles on a couple of different occasions on fake tips, but it's just people trying to waste his time, which I think is just horrible. And I cannot believe that he has to deal with that, but nevertheless, he's dealing with it. And he says that, that he knows that it's just them doing just that, wasting his time. But Seth can't afford to not track down every single lead to the end, right? Because think of how that has to make him feel. When he gets a tip, he's got to follow through with it to the end of the rabbit hole, make sure that it's not valid or is, right? And unfortunately, I wish that he would have some valid tips come in. But again, I don't feel like he can afford to not do that, because it would drive anybody completely nuts knowing that, there's nothing that he can, or excuse me, knowing that he did nothing when he could have done something, right? So even if it's a fake lead or a false lead that comes in, him not following through on it completely could really be detrimental to him and his mental health, because he's always going to wonder about it, right? Unless he follows through till the end of it. Seth says that, Julie was spreading more information about him still being in communication with Sumner County. He is still incommunicado with Sumner County Sheriff's Office. He asks all the prayer warriors to unite for Sebastian and to find him and to stay safe while they're doing it. Seth also says that he can't move on like others. He said that they can be mad and triggered. He said they better get used to being mad and triggered, because there's going to be more billboards up. And he says that he thinks that they need to act like a mom and a stepdad, and that they're not. He also talked about having a super secret call with Justin that we were not privy to. So I thought that was kind of cute and funny. Just to kind of keep it light, because my goodness, Tony Fire says, I still say all this happens because of the latest CPS report and the fact that he had to go to court with Faith. Yeah, I mean, and who knows what, the courts knew and what they didn't know, or what was going to be brought up there. Nobody really knows that for sure. Yeah, Tony. And I mean, it really could have affected, even a little bit of research could have shown what was going on in Tennessee. I know that it's not interconnected to the states reporting and things like that, but they probably could have found something. Detroit. Did I miss something? The goldfish comment was a good one, Vic. That was cute. Fed Up Buttercup says it's not right what Seth had to go through to get CPS reports on his own. child, BS in my opinion. Yeah, I'm sure y'all agree. I do. And the only way they could have gotten these, the only way that he could have gotten the reports was to get a lawyer. He did do that, and then the CPS worker was let go. So someone definitely dropped the ball. And once it was made known in public, they took care of her, but she would be presiding over other children's cases as a social worker. Mountain Mama says, my heart breaks for Seth. He is a strong man to have stood up under the pressure that has been put on him. Yeah, absolutely, Mountain Mama. And I agree. My heart breaks for Seth. And I know he's so strong, and then he comes out here and he tries to build our strength up, right? And says, keep the faith, keep hope alive, things like that. They do, Forrest. They want to waste Sebastian's army's time. They're all about it. It's very clear. It's like, it's very easy to see. Forrest says, I would like to know all the good things Sebastian did in their house because we've heard all the bad. Poor Sebastian. I would too. I'd like to hear some good stories, but we never hear those. We just don't, and when we think we're about to, it's always, an underhanded comment about something about Sebastian. I'm so sorry, Detroit Rock City. Oh, no. Okay, I see. My two oldest were 16 months apart. They were very close, but totally opposite. Lots of love, hate, and making up. My son always says he wishes he was nicer to his brother. He's been gone 12 years. Oh, Detroit. And see, that's the thing, I'm so sorry. And that's what happens a lot of times, in life. We don't realize it, we don't realize, that tomorrow's not promised. And, it's like, I think that's another thing that takes, really takes me back with the way that Chris and Katie act is they don't have any problem saying bad things about Sebastian. He's been missing for 14 months, going on 15 months now. And, it's almost like talking bad about somebody after they passed, or, not having any regret. They're missing, they're gone. You haven't seen them in 15 months. You don't know where they are, so yeah, that's just like such a normal, compassionate, sweet thing, for your son to always wish that, and we don't see that with the Proud Feet. We just don't. It's unbelievable, See, Taylor says, of course, if he has a tip, he has to rule it out, if nothing else. Yeah, because it'll drive him crazy. He'll always be wondering about it. I would, and they know that, and they know that what they're doing, in my opinion. Cece says, good for Seth, more billboards. Exactly. Yeah, and I fully support the billboard initiative, Misty Blue says, the pressure of CPS, in my opinion, CP took revenge on this precious child. Oh, gosh, Misty Blue. Sometimes I can't even say sometimes. There's circumstantial evidence, in my opinion, that points to that. Fat Up Buttercup says, it pisses me off, KP saying our son. CP never accepted or treated sweet Sebastian as his own. Plus, how he treated poor honey Sebastian. Our hearts are broken, and we will stand up and fight until the end. Yes, thank you, Fed Up Buttercup. That's right. We will, and stand up against all the crap that's going on, It's like, we have to. We just have to. Vic says, that news poster you have up, Lady Freedom, of Sebastian, is that bruises on his forehead? Yeah. Oh, no, on his forehead up here, that's just his hair. But he does have a bruise under his eye, and then he has one above his lip, in my opinion. They said it was chocolate milk, but I don't know. Oh, absolutely, Detroit Rock City. Oh, we love you too. You're amazing. And thank you for sharing that with us, because, I was kind of saying that earlier today. Like, I feel like I had to get up here tonight and talk bad about a kid who was missing, or let some bad things be said about a kid who's missing. And I just never thought I'd ever have to do that, you know. And I can't imagine the mother of a missing child or the stepfather of a missing child ever being okay with any of that stuff going on. They should be in those comments, you know, debunking that and saying, how dare you say that about our son, you know? Yeah, that really peed me off too, Vic. Aw, Mama, we love you too. Fed Up Buttercup says, I just took my trash out 3 a.m. and it was me. Yeah. Well, they were saying there was somebody taking the trash out at 3 a.m. in the neighborhood that night, and it's like baloney, you know? Misty Blue says, KP allowed CP to abuse Sebastian. That makes her an abuser, put him in danger. You know, and I think that's kind of what CPS was saying, you know, you need to protect your son, you know? And I mean, I know that sounds, you know, like maybe victim blaming. We don't know everything, but, you know, we really have to focus on Sebastian. We just have to, you know. Lori says 100%. Aw. Forrest says, Detroit, I was thinking that's why you were here. Aw. That's sweet, Forrest. Well, guys, I am going to get off of here. Thank you all so much for being here with me and going over all these clips. I didn't think it was going to take us 5 hours, but I appreciate you being here. And, you know, let's all, you know, do what Seth has asked us and just get together, all of our prayer warriors. Let's unite out there. Let's say prayers. Let's pray for Seth. Let's pray for safety for everybody that's helping Sebastian to be found, you know. And, you know, if we have to pray for the haters, let's pray for the haters. Let's pray for clarity. Let's pray for, you know, a conscience, some kind of morals, something, you know. Nobody's perfect, but, we just have to do better, you know, we do. Thank you, Lori. Thank you so much. Thanks, guys. Yeah, Fed Up Buttercup. In my opinion, losing a child has to be the hardest thing in life a parent could ever endure. Yeah, pure love to you that have dealt with trauma. My heart and soul breaks with you. Oh, thank you, Fed Up Buttercup. That's so sweet of you. And you know, there are so many people that know exactly what Seth's going through. Exactly. Thank you, Forrest. He says, that's right. Let's pray. And Mama says, well, shoot, now I have to start from the beginning. I'm sorry. No, I'm glad that we had a long live tonight. I think it was a good thing just to watch the clips and stuff like that. We're going to do some more clips tomorrow night. I've been kind of working on some other things behind the scenes. It's just hard to get all the content out sometimes and load it in and, you know, for the night. But I'm glad we were able to watch the clips. I'm glad we were able to hear the phone call. And just kind of put things into perspective a little bit more as to what Katie and Chris were saying in the beginning. Sometimes I feel like it just leaves us with more questions, though. But all right, everyone. Well, thank you all so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You all have a wonderful evening, or excuse me, a wonderful rest of your morning by now. Thank you all so much.